always a hope, never a promise.
Gripping with my cold hands, the shapes I used to take, hollow like a strong man, but it's easier to push away. 'Cause it could all end here, with a strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow is stretching out through all the things I left behind. It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Oh, it's in my blood, it's in my veins. Got my heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. Maybe it's a far stretch that I won't come undone, but I will brave the cold edge to finish up what I've begun. 'Cause it could all end here, with the strange daylight caught in our eyes, and my shadow stretching out. Is it all enough this time? I'm still here. All my reasons cut like knives, keep replaying in my mind. All the times I've had to fight, I'm still It's in my blood, it's in my veins. Heel crushing the snake. There is nothing you can take. In my blood, it's in my veins. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still
Hear my plea to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the semifinals of the Summer Showdown tournament. Had a bit of a disaster to start, but we made it work. Everyone is here. We're ready for the games. And we're already in Champ Select. Caesar, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Sweet, sweet. Well,
Let me
let's
open
get
the
started.
spec up.
Yeah, your
So
mic
any
is a little
matchup
low.
of today?
Just kidding. Never
Oh.
mind. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Perfect. Okay.
All right, what were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say, very exciting matchup that we have. We're already in Champ Select. We're gonna dive straight into it. Tryhards starting off with the Kalen and the Hueben. We know that JC Jax just absolutely loved playing that champion. Had some pretty, well, actually, didn't really have much success with it because he didn't really win games. But regardless, he was still performing on it, still having good performances. So they will ban that away along with the Ivern. Poppy being banned out for Invincible. We know he's really good at that champion, and we will see the famous first pick Lee Sin by Tryhards for Zoob here.
Yeah, Zub is always very confident on that pick. I've seen it many, many times, and he pretty much always performs. So, very scary to be giving tryhards the Lee Sin this early in the draft. But pretty good bans that they have coming out already. I am surprised at the Zyra ban, but I know she's very strong in the jungle right now. So, excuse me.
Yes.
Nocturne.
Yeah, she's very strong. Looks like, yeah, Nocturne will be the answer. And yes, it will be. Nocturne's actually not bad into Lee Sin at all. It definitely makes Lee Sin's job a lot more difficult. Like, he does have to just stash away. He's going to find himself, like, having to kite out Nocturne, because he definitely does not, by any means, win the 1v1. Even if he is a little bit ahead, he will lose to Nocturne, because just Nocturne's just a dueling boss, right? So I think it's a pretty good answer. Pretty good stuff, you know, just very sad, not super complicated champion to play as well. Turning off the lights is always a nice utility ultimate to have. And the Nautilus, blind pick. Interesting. We'll see what this gets answered with. It can be very dangerous to blind pick a support like this. And we will see Hypers. He's been pretty much playing Ashe every single time. I think this is one of the most successful picks for tryhards here. Along with the Lysandra, we saw the insane initiations that Invincible was having on this champion. So tryhards are just drafting the exact, and they're just getting the exact picks that they want.
Yeah, we're seeing this really heavy pick-oriented comp one more time. And I'm curious to see if BCF decides to ban this out next time. We are seeing the Syndra answer into the Lysandra, as we have several times. But regardless of that, Invincible's been able to make it work and been just playing very, very well with Zoob throughout pretty much the entire tournament. Hyperfania on the Ashe has proven to be extremely reliable as well. He may not turbo get fed in his lane and carry the game, but he will most definitely stay consistent, land fantastic arrows, very rarely die, and do his job in team fights very, very well. I've been super impressed by Hyperfania for this tournament so far.
Yeah, no, he's been doing great work for sure. We do see Skarner being banned. Skarner, not as a strong pick as we were seeing in the very beginning of the tournament when he was absolutely broken, which is interesting about these tournaments. They are like in the range of around 2 patches, right? Maybe 3. It looks like, I guess it was 3 this time because it did extend next week. So there are a lot of changes that can definitely switch the meta, switch the draft around. So Skarner, not as good of a pick, but can still definitely work. We will see the Draven ban coming out as well. I do understand that can be a very scary Nautilus Draven. There's not many picks that you can really put into that. Actually, Braum is still up on the table. I'm very curious if Tryhards will pick this Braum up. We know it's a very powerful pick. We know it just has shown such good success in this entire tournament that
I think it would be such a fantastic pick here against the Nautilus R, against the Syndra ult, even against the Draven. They wouldn't have needed to take away the Draven because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you can take away his axes if he auto attacks with their shield. Um, but we'll see. I think this looks like a very obvious pick for me. But it looks like BCF will end up picking Kaisa. Super good synergy with the Nautilus. And yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Braum would definitely be a really nice pick here, regardless of the Draven being banned or not. We are going to see the Blitzcrank, once again fitting really, really well into the pick-oriented style, so not super surprised at that pick overall. And also, I do want to lastly mention, first of all, Blunder BB, thank you for the tier 1. I'm going to turn off sub-only chat here in a little bit. After this first game, I'll turn it off. My bad for that. But we do have a new player filling for BCF right now. They are running Cool Dolphin, a.k.a. Ray, a.k.a. Give Me Scuttle. He is a very popular face in the community. Was not able to participate in this tournament, but he will be participating in the semifinals, which is a really big moment for him. Really good player, and I'm excited to see him play.
So we do have some new faces here in this matchup. I think that can definitely switch it up. We do have still the core, the main tournament team identity that each team has revolved around, but we do have a couple of new players here, right? So we will see the Mundo locked in, and it's going to be into the Shen matchup. So it looks like they're doing the classic. Top is never mind. Wait, never mind. They're gonna pivot towards the Gwen. I really like this pivot. It's completely changed the draft. They're not like, okay, the Shen pick was more like, I'm gonna handshake it. You farm, I farm, and I ult and UTP, and we'll see who tanks more damage in the team fights. But with a Gwen pick, everything changes. Gwen is very good into Mundo because she's such a good tank killer that she does so much damage that I think this can be really good for BCF here in the top lane if Gwen plays his matchup well enough to snowball. But yeah, that's gonna be in the draft. We got some pretty exciting compositions here on both sides.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it, and I'm very afraid of what's going to happen in the top lane here. That is most definitely a very good pick into Mundo. Lots of % health damage. Mundo doesn't have the strongest early game to begin with anyways. And I don't know, Gwen is just kind of a 1v9 champion. We've seen it happen, we may see it again. As I always say, we'll have to see.
We will have to see indeed. I think top lane is going to be definitely a focal point for sure. I mean, I think the main focal point for this entire game will be the mid situation. We know that, and literally Zoo has said it himself in one of the end game interviews. He was talking about how this was literally the strat against something like a Syndra. We're going to pick Lissandra, we're going to pick Lee Sin. It's going to be perma ganks 24/7 in the mid lane, and it's going to we're going to make it impossible for, in this case, JC Jax to just play the game. So we'll see. They've been successful in the past. Will they be successful in this game?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it does almost seem as if they're kind of baiting the Syndra pick. They want him to pick that immobile mage into the Lissandra, knowing like, hey, you might win lane, you might have the upper hand in lane, but you're going to be turbo camped by Zoob. That's just the classic. It's what he loves to do. When you have such good setup in the mid lane, it's so hard for Syndra to ever outplay that. Even with Flash, it can be really, really tricky against the Lee Sin with how slippery he is.
Exactly. I think in a vacuum, Syndra's a great pick against Lissandra. We've seen it before. I think actually the one time that Invincible did not really perform on Lissandra was against a Syndra, I believe. Just the extra range that Syndra has over Lissandra is very hard to deal with. I mean, for Syndra to consistently be able to land or just get trades off, she kind of has to E in, right? Otherwise, it's just like Syndra Q will always outrange her, and it's going to be very difficult for her to really get her Q off. So Syndra is a very good pick into Lissandra in a vacuum. Lissandra is a bit more range, more short range, more going in. Syndra's just long range, do not get anywhere close to me, and just scaling, right? So, but yeah, the exact counter to that is if Invincible Lissandra, we have a jungler that can really pressure and abuse the fact that Lissandra has some of the best gank setup in the entire game, especially Pro 6. But yeah, it's just, as you say, we will see.
We will see indeed. Very excited to see these comps, though. I definitely like the Ball and Cat fans comp. I mean, we've already addressed, we really love the Tryhards comp. They've run this comp many times before. I think the Mundo is the biggest new addition here, but we've seen them play to the strength of this comp very well. And as you say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So excited to see how this is going to go. I have a feeling we are in for a very exciting match here. And I have gotten word that we will be changing the support out for Ball and Cat fans after this match one more time. Ray can only play one game, so we're gonna have to figure something out here. But hey, it is what it is. Tryhards were more than willing to allow BCF to call in an outside sub. Otherwise, this type of thing's typically not something that we do. But they're fine with it. The semifinals will go on, and after today, after this best of 5, we're gonna see who will be taking down Team Together We Rise. So we're excited to see that for sure.
Yes, who is taking him down, or who will be going down by the hands of Together We Rise. So Tylon on Blitz, I think this is going to be super important that he's able to perform. He's able to land these hooks on these key targets. It's definitely difficult because I believe that really the only kind of 2 main targets that he has will be the Syndra and the Kaisa. Gwen can press W and dodge it. Noctur can press W and dodge it. Nautilus, he's just a tank. Maybe you don't really would want to queue him in unless he's very isolated and he's still very squishy. I mean, he's a support. He's not really going to be the tankiest person in the world. It could be definitely a possibility, right? But really, really, really consistent, players that you can hook is going to be JC Jax and the Kaisa here. So we'll see. I think we have seen some good Tylon performances on Blitzcrank before, but really he has some pretty high standards if he wants to beat a performance like the one we saw from Sparta at the
Gotta
beginning.
step away for 1 second. Okay, we are back. Excuse me for that. Should be getting into the game very shortly here. We have about a 45 more seconds on the spectate delay, but getting ready to go. Definitely a long anticipated series for today, so we'll see.
Yes. Very, very anticipated series for sure. We just have, you said 45, now we are at 25. Never mind. Looks like we are actually hopping right in. I lied. We're getting right into the game as we speak. Really interested to see how this level 1 play works out. We know that tryhards really love to get that level 1 ward on the buff. Zoob really benefits off of getting a ward like that. So we'll see if he's able to get it this time around. And we'll see if Bowling Cats has done any sort of investigation to the level 1. Did they kind of investigate? Do they know that they like to do this? Maybe that was why they picked a champion like Nautilus. They do have a really good level 1 with Nautilus, with Nocturne, with Gwen. It's relatively even in terms of level 1 because they do have Window, Lee Sin, Blitz, you know, Ash. Everyone's just really good. So, I mean, both teams have a pretty strong level 1. So, we might see a level 1 5v5. I don't know. Probably not. Probably not unless like Bowling Cup fans had some really good preparation and really studied, went really deep into preparation and knows that they're going to be able to, they like to find man in mid. But we will see. Any keystones for you that stand out for you here? So just
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of them. I'm glad you noticed as well. The Dark Harvest on Syndra is already pretty weird to me. But we do know that the rune went through some changes pretty recently, so I have seen it increase in popularity, but more specifically the Omni Stone. Or, sorry, not Omni Stone, that's the spell book, excuse me, they took out Omni Stone. On Invincible there is very, very surprising to see. Not sure how I feel about that.
Very interesting keystones. I mean, I guess Invisible for Invisible side, he's just like, you know what? I'm just going to be a utility. I don't care about doing damage. I don't care about trading. I'm just going to go full utility. Just take Spellbook, and along with all the abilities that he already has, he's going to be able to just throw out summoners all the time. We do see the level 5 embed here. Looks like Bowling Cat fans is just going to do a classic 5 points. Oh, Cold Dolphin is in a bit of trouble here. Tylon just has to hit a hook. He lands the hook, and it will be a first blood going over to Hyperfania.
Very, very good for Hyperfania, especially Ash doesn't have a... I mean, her laning phase isn't, like, insane in my opinion, but it definitely can be strong, especially into something like Nautilus and Kai'Sa. Pretty much any champion that wants to walk up and engage on you, you can just hit them with the volley, space away, and kind of take their opportunities of engagement away for a short amount of time while that volley's on cooldown. But yeah, very, very good for Hyperfania, able to pick up that kill. Going to be starting with the boots, which I like. Definitely a nice purchase here. And we're going to be seeing Zoob start on the top side as well as Nocturne. Zoob a little bit late to his camps, but not the end of the world. He's starting on Vision too.
Yeah, I think this is the first time that Zoob has kind of spotted out in the low one. Usually teams didn't really respond with a ward of their own. They usually just kind of let Zoob and Tryhards get a ward down and just like didn't exactly retaliate with one. I really like the adaptation the Ball and Cat fans have done this time around. It's like, okay, we see 5 people on the bot side, we're going to get some really nice vision on the top side. So they got a nice ward on this blue buff, they got a nice ward on his wolves, and they will be able to track him very, very well. And yeah, we do see that they're both starting in the top side of the map and will be pathing bots to their respective bot lanes.
Definitely. I think you're a little bit behind on the replay as well. I'm at 222, 223, 224. I just pressed
25?
the plus sign.
26?
Yeah, perfect.
27? Perfect, yeah. Nice.
We do see Nocturne actually skipping his Krugs here in order to make it to the bot side sooner. We'll be able to arrive before Zoob does, which could be beneficial. As we know, Nocturne's ganks aren't the best before level 6. Some people argue they're very bad. Pulled off, I'm going to land a hook for a small trade onto Tylon. Pretty beneficial for them, but going to get traded back on by the Ashe. Anyways, as I was saying, Nocturne not the best ganker up until 6, but he can still do it. He still has that fear. Very easy to force the flashes out. You don't want to be getting feared back into the enemy's tower if he's able to gank you from behind. But regardless of that, just being able to be here to set up for the Lee Sin counter gank could be really, really beneficial for them. We do see Tylon a little bit out of position here. Cool Dolphin is beginning to walk in, and Zoob is still finishing up his red buff. Very early gank by Dying Game TBH. He's going to be able to successfully get that off, pick up a kill onto Tylon. Tylon will hold his flash, understanding probably not going to escape from that anyways.
I was just going to comment on how risky this Nocturne pathing was, because he will just fall behind in tempo from Zoob quite drastically, quite a pretty crazy amount. As you just mentioned, Nocturne is... It's not... His ganks are bad, and the reason why is because he just has to run at you and get his fear off, right? If he gets his fear off, well, it's really good CC. Oh, it looks like a Hyperfania is going to get hooked here. Passive from Kai'Sa will proc. Talon does have the opportunity to hook Nocturne here, but he does have Spell Shield, so won't be able to do anything with it. But yeah, it's like if Nocturne lands his fear, it's a great gank. It's great CC. But like, the problem is not the effectiveness of the fear, is actually getting to the point where you can actually land the fear. Right? So he has to run at you, he has to walk at you, and he has to not get like, pulled away. Or you can't just like, you have to like not kite away or flash away or anything that would stop you from getting fear. But yeah, we do see kind of pretty standard stuff. I think the kill did go over to Dying Game at TBH, so he will really benefit off that extra gold. But regardless, if we kind of look at the gold charts, really he's only up 100 gold is what we're talking about, at least in the Jello match.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is strange to see. I mean, the gank worked out, as you said. It's very, very risky to go for. Fortunately, it did work out in his favor, but now he is, as you said, behind in camps, going to be behind in XP compared to Zoob. And especially with the early game power that Lee Sin already has, you don't want to be delaying that level 6 power spike any longer than you have to. So he's got a level 1 camp on opposite sides of the map here. It's going to be a little bit of an awkward clear. Fortunately, it looks like he was able to get everything back on a successive timer, so he's able to just actually do normal clears now. But regardless of that, he is still going to be pretty delayed, so makes things a little bit awkward for the Nocturne here.
Yeah, so he does find him, so he's like, I have so many camps on the map, where do I go? He will opt in to go for the wolves, which will kind of skew his pathing a little bit. It was what is called spaghetti pathing, just kind of going all over the place. But regardless, I think the gank is going to do a lot of good things for Ball and Cat fans bot lane, and I guess like we haven't really checked too much in on the other lanes. Mid, JC Jack is actually winning in isolation, so he's doing a pretty good job there, as kind of expected. We know JC Jax is a great player, or shown to be one of the most important players on Ballingcott fans as well with like Demonic. So the fact that he's ahead is a good sign for Ballingcats at all. And like we talked a lot about the mid situation, and they haven't really gotten any ganks off yet.
Uh-oh. JZ Jax could go down here. Probably just going to get the flash forced out, but Invincible will use the ultimate here. Zoob does not have Q available, but it is coming up in about 2 seconds. Will he commit for it? He will end the stun. Meanwhile, Dying Game TBH is going to be able to get a kill onto Tylon as they try and contest the dragon here. That is a key ultimate down. Lysandre does not have ult for this fight, but it looks like both teams are actually just going to back off. Maybe Dying Game goes back for the dragon.
Looks like he will look to start the dragon up. He will take a lot of damage. We do have a perfect situation where Zoom can look for a possible steal here. We do know that Lee Sin is one of the best get in and get out stealers in the game. Q is an execute, so he does have quite a better kind of execute range here. And we do see kind of the drawbacks of being the ones that start the dragon, because now Dying Game TBH finds himself very low. We do see that Zoom is going to be tanking. Really nice initiation from Invisible. 3-man W we're seeing here. Dying Game will go down. Flash coming out from Nautilus. A really nice hook coming in from Thailand to pick up Demonic, and then we'll be at 2 kills going over to Tryhards and the dragon. What a play by Invincible.
Very, very well played, and a nice follow-up hook by Tylon there as well to continue. Zoob just aggressively walking into this dragon, being like, hey, Nocturne, I'm going to level up on you. My team is still nearby. Like, I've got Lysandre ready to flash in. I'm just going to start hitting this dragon under your nose. Not really much you can do about it. So, very well played. Definitely like the team decisiveness that we're seeing from Tryhards here. Something that's been pretty consistent from this team as a whole. And we will see Nocturne path into the top side to try and trade some grubs for this. Oh, heck, Hexui, excuse me, looking like in a pretty scary position. Barely able to outspace that empowered Q from Gwen. So he's actually just going to pop ult and live. He's totally fine. And I don't think he's under threat of dive here anytime soon, to be honest with you. With Gwen ult down, it's very, very tough. You have Invincible rotating over to the grubs. Dying Game's going to be able to pick up one of them. Will be able to escape with his E, but JZ Jax is here to get a very nice trade onto Lysandre. We do see the bone plating coming out from Lysandre, which I think is a good decision into the Syndra matchup. But regardless, Dying Game's going to be able to pick up this third grub, but he might die for it. Ooh, the Ash arrow goes wide. Zoob has to flash away.
Yeah, very, very close situation there. Zoop does have to use his flash up. So it does end up being a win for Ballingcott fans. Not only did they get the grubs, but they also get Lee Sin flash for free. But yeah, you know, I think the important thing here is, like we always talk about Hyperfania's performances, right? On the Ashe, he's been very consistently doing damage. Just performing really just consistent, solid player. Reliable damage dealer. Zoo having some crazy mechanical performances on Lee Sin. On the Kindred, on the Rumble, right? But we don't talk about Invincible, the fact that he is a carry, but not in the sense of like Zuv and Hyper, who just kind of carry through doing damage. He's more of a carry of just like, he is the guy that sets you up for the place. He is the guy that sets up these really insane engages in these insane team fight setups. And he is the guy that will get you fed and pump out a ton of utility for Zuv and Hyper so that they can, you know, carry the game. So really good, and we're seeing it again, how well he's performing this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even when he's not on the Lysandre, his other mid lane picks are very, very non-traditional. He typically picks top laners. He'll pick the Poppy mid. I think we saw him pick, gosh, what was the other tank he picked? Was it Ornn or something? I can't remember. It's been a couple of weeks, but very, very utility-based player. He is a top lane main after all, but he's so consistent on it that, I mean, especially if you're running a jungler on your team who tends to play carry junglers anyways, and Hyperfania is so consistent on ADC, that's all you really need.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's one thing that I think has brought Tryhard so much success here is the fact that their team identity is very set. They understand each other's roles. They understand, you know, we don't need 5 carries on the team. We only need 2. And the rest we can just kind of help with that and also do a good job. Obviously, Tylon is also a great player as well. Don't want to take away credit from him or not mention him as much, but it's just a good team overall. But regardless of that entire situation, we do see that Ballingcott fans is still ahead in gold. So, talking a lot about Tryhards here, the Ballingcott fans has had obviously an insane performance here. Kind of the underdogs that has completely surprised us in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we know there's such a solid team, and we do like to see JZ Jax in the position that he's in currently, completely even at 10 CS a minute. I mean, you're on Syndra, this is what you want to do. Like, her laning phase isn't as strong as it used to be, but regardless of that, he's been able to capitalize off of it just due to the nature of the matchup. by just not dying, being really, really consistent on CS, pressuring Lysandra as much as he can. So regardless of how this game turns out and how this early game and pick potential comes out for tryhards, we know that Syndra is going to be a powerhouse in the late game. Already in a very, very perfect start here.
What do you think is more scary? A Hui in the late game or a Syndra in the late game?
Oh, most definitely a Syndra. Most definitely a Syndra. Hui's early game is crazy. His mid game is crazy. His late game is good because he's a control mage after all, especially with how much range he has. But no, at the end of the day, nothing can beat the 5-man Syndra stuns or just completely exploding the tank in the front line because your ult has execute damage, right? Just really, really big value coming out from Syndra in team fights all throughout the mid and late game whenever she finally gets scaled up and gets those splinters going. So definitely a bit of a change from what we see on JZ Jax normally. I don't think we've seen him pick Syndra at all. It's usually just been Hui. I feel like they've left Hui up pretty much every game. But now we're going to see him on a new champion, and it seems like he's performing so far.
Yeah, he's definitely performing. I think one thing that really stands out about this Midland matchup is that Zoo nor Invincible have really been able to get anything. And just as I say that, the ult will go down on JZ Jax. We will be able to flash away. Nocturnal comes in. Ult comes down on Zoo, but he lands the Q on JZ Jax. He interrupts it with the E, but kicks Nocturne back. Really close 1v1. Lisa will be able to ward hop away. He's 1 HP from dying. The Hyperphania ultimate will come in just in time to clutch it up. What a fight.
Wow. Very, very close. Mechanically well played by pretty much everyone there. Does JJ, he doesn't get the, oh my god. Oh my god, and Zoom gets the Q over the wall in order to save the play. Invincible living on 1 HP because of running Green Tree secondary. I've got to equate it to that, I'm not going to lie to you. But very well played by everyone, honestly. Super good there. You like to see hype moments like that.
What an exciting fight to get this kind of series started. We're barely getting started. This is only game 1 of the entire series. I hope we get a ton more plays like those. Very mechanically intensive. A lot of... no, wait, hold on. Talon's ultimate will be cancelled on the bot side, but it won't really turn into anything. Looks like Nautilus hook wasn't quite in range. His threat line. So... yeah, I mean, really well played. Very close, but looks like tryhards doesn't end up picking up the kills in the end. And just as I was saying that Invincible and Zoo weren't really punishing JZ Jax enough, they just successfully barely are able to do it. And now they will have a 4 minutes here where JZ Jax won't have an ultimate. Hold on, they're collapsing on dying game to the edge. He does do the spell shield a little bit too early. Lysandra will be able to land the ult, and it would be a quick kill picked up by Hexweed.
Yeah, once again, a really good rotation from Invincible. Looks like he's going to be sacking a little bit of this mid wave here for it. But, I mean, like we said, if you're not the damage threat, it's the same concept around supports, right? You pick support champions in the support role because they don't need gold to perform. Lysandra, of course, gold is nice, but it's very nice engagement onto Tylon here. He will be forced to flash away. Hyperphania will shoot his ultimate bot lane and it'll go wide. But as I was saying, when you're playing a champion with so much utility, you're not overly reliant on the gold. Obviously, Lysandra does do well with gold, which is why we pick her in the mid lane, and he still will be funneling the gold just through assists and good CS. Very interesting fight happening in the top side here. Zoob will not be able to get away. He has no wards available, but he will W himself and live for quite a while. Hoexi might be able to pick up this kill onto dying game. Syndra is here, though. The stun is going to connect, but Mundo's got a spell shield. Mundo goes where he pleases. The cleaver's going to connect. The Q is not going to kill him. He's going to live on 1 HP. Invincible is now here to follow up. The next Q connects, and JZ Jax will not continue chasing, recognizing that Invincible is probably there. And meanwhile, an engagement on the bot side. Hyperphania will eat the Nautilus ult here, but we see a very nice teleport coming out from the Lysandra. Lysandra has flash available. Oh, but the E goes wide. I think he misclicked the E there. He could have E flashed in. I think that was his plan. And Hyper will be able to pick up the kill regardless on the Nautilus just due to chasing him down under tower. Lots of action happening already, and it's looking very, very good for tryhards. A 3-0 Mundo. A Lysandra who's somehow managing to survive against a very, very, mechanically talented player in the mid lane in a counter pick matchup. Still setting up really good stuff for his team. Zoob, as per usual, performing. Hyperphania, as per usual, performing. And Tay is still doing well and still has a lot of opportunities here, just like this mid play. The hook will connect onto JZ Jax, who has no flash, and he will inevitably just go down here.
The Lee Sin Q did miss, so I worry they have enough damage, but they will. JZ Jax will go down. Do a really good job punishing the flash there. JZ Jax kind of made a interesting mistake there. He kind of passed right next to the wall. And when you're kind of stuck next to a wall, it's pretty much impossible for you to dodge any sort of hook. But we do see a gank happening here in the top side of the map. Mundo just kind of is extremely very strong at this moment. Gwen's damage is just not really enough. Hyperfania's Ash Arrow will go wide. They're kind of struggling to kill this Gwen. She's doing a really good job staying alive, but Lee Sin Q will land and she will die.
Yeah, they're finally able to get it. I think Zoob accidentally kicked kicked the target out of Hyperfania's ult there, but regardless, it all worked out. The unfortunate thing is they're going to actually be able to claim the objective bounty on the BCF side. Unfortunate for tryhards. They're going to be able to pick up that dragon, but we are seeing Zoob just kind of go from lane to lane killing people, so I assume that this is what's going to continue for the next few minutes of the game here until they kind of break into these lane swap moments, which we should have bot lane going mid now. JZ Jax refusing to go to side lane for now, understanding it's not quite safe for him.
Yep, he looks like he's just thinking about staying in mid. I think silencing as him is definitely very, very sketchy, very scary to do against Lissandra and Elisa. And not only that, but you know, we haven't really talked about it that much, right? But Hexley being kind of the new integration into this team also, he is kind of popping off, right? We heard some nightmares going around of this Mundo pick, how he's secretly OP, he's in a very good spot and very overpowered. We'll see if that is the case. Will he become an unkillable tank that just does a ton of damage through hard steel and grass procs? I don't know. But I have heard some scary things about Mundo right now. So it'll be interesting to see if that is true about how good of a champion he is.
Yeah, especially with this Warmogs build, he just is able to stack up so much AD. Oh, and Hyperfania's arrow is going to land in the mid lane. Invincible, not even needing to flash in, will be able to land a combo onto JZ Jax. JZ Jax will be able to flash away, dying game with a very nice ult in order to retaliate in this situation. Tylon rotating in, but likely won't be able to get much value. We do have Zoop here, though. Will be able to W in, pick up the kill on a dying game. A flash is going to come through, but the hook connects. We're looking at a 3v3 again, but JZ Jax is not allowed to walk up, and very well played by Tylon. I realized when I was speaking of Tylon earlier, I was acting as if they weren't performing, but they certainly are. And I do want to mention, Tylon, I think they're in an area where the Hurricane is sitting right now, so they're having some Wi-Fi and power issues, so they're actually at a gaming cafe right now. And I don't know about you, but whenever I have to switch setups or like I'm playing League at a friend's house or something like that, it really, really throws me off. It really throws me off. I cannot perform normally whenever I'm playing on a different setup. So the fact that Tylon is still able to land these hooks confidently, space correctly, and roam correctly is very, very impressive to me personally.
Yeah, hopefully he ended up taking his own peripherals. I think that definitely helps a ton. But a lot of things that you just so used to your usual home setup do definitely change. We do see Forever AFK in the bot side is in a bit of trouble here. Hexley is thinking about just running him down, but there's also action happening in the top side here as well. Both will land from Blitz, and really just like nice work happening here. Stevenik will go down, a lot of retaliation happening from Bollycraft fans. Really nice insect coming in from Zoob onto JC Jax. He will end up picking Invincible Shutdown, but he will go down here in the end. And Forever AFK also died in the bottom.
Yeah, very well played by Team Tryhards. I mean, they have such good engage with Invincible. They're just able to make it work. Lee Sin already having a lead means he can survive in that backline for a really long time. Go for those insect plays that he likes. And of course, once again, don't want to undershoot Hexwee's performance here. Able to win this matchup, which I originally anticipated to be Gwen favored, considering, you know, Mundo's an HP champion, especially with the Warmogs rush right now, and Gwen being able to do that percent HP damage. Seems very good into Mundo, but he's definitely made it work. He's got a massive gold lead in the top lane right now. He's 2,000 gold ahead, just being alone in the lane.
Oh yeah, he's building towards his heart steal. Once he gets his heart steal going and some stacks and heart steal going, I think Mundo's going to be a monstrous tank that every time he has heart steal combined with E, combined with grass proc, will be doing absurd amount of damage, and I can't wait to see that. Hopefully this game goes long enough to where we can see some of that action. But yeah, Tryhards find themselves in a very comfortable position, such a comfortable position that even Bowling Cup fans has generated bounties for themselves on the objectives. So they do have those kind of avenues to just generate a lot of income and get back into this game. But yeah, they're definitely finding themselves struggling here a bit.
A bit of a lull state now. We're just going to see BCF kind of addressing the waves here. I definitely don't think it's over for BCF. We have the Seraphs online for Syndra. If they're able to get a proper team fight going, I think Syndra has a really good chance to pop off. Tylon going to be engaged on by Cold Dolphin. We're going to see Dying Game commit really, really deep into the backline here without his teammates around, and Invincible is now here for the setup. Will land a nice ult, will land a nice W. The teleport is coming through from Cinder, but it's just a little bit too late. JZ Jax caught in a very bad situation, while the remainder of Team Tryhards just runs everyone down. Gwen gonna let JZ Jax tank that Ash Arrow. Zoob gonna be able to land a nice Q into the backline here and take down Forever AFK with them. That's a triple kill for Mundo. Super well played by Hexweek.
Triple kill going over to Hexweek here. Really good performance right now, and I can definitely see Sire being scared, hoping that Tryhards is not the team that makes it to the finals, because this Hexweek guy is looking scary.
He's looking very scary indeed. He's going to take tower shots, make his phone call, and back in the brush. He does not care. Oh, never mind. He's full HP because Warmogs. So he's going to take the red buff for himself. And we will see Dying Game come up and take that back for himself. So, yeah, I don't know. We're kind of slowing down just until the next team fight starts. Needless to say, tons and tons of pressure coming out from Team Tryhards here. But we'll see what BCF can do. Once again, they have a Syndra. She's not extremely behind. The scoreline doesn't look great, but she's itemizing into the zonies now. Will net a little bit more safety, a little bit more time for them in these team fights whenever JZ Jax will likely be the primary focus. Demonic on the Kaisa does have the Kraken Slayer already, a little bit behind for now, but we know how Kaisa goes. Kaisa can outplay a lot of situations whenever she gets very, very fed. And, you know, this is something we've discussed prior as well. A pretty commonly known thing in League of Legends is you can get a lead like this early, but you've got to be able to wrap up the game. Currently, it looks like Team Tryhards is doing a really, really good job doing so. But if BCF are able to turn a couple of dragons or just general team fights into their favor and just buy a little bit more time for this game to scale out, they definitely have a chance. I mean, they have Syndra, Kaisa, and Gwen. Gwen will get to that point where, regardless of how fed the Mundo is, she will be able to side lane pretty effectively. We're going to see an engagement happen here mid. The hook is going to connect onto Cool Dolphin, who hooks away, trying to survive. He's going to go ahead and throw the ult onto Hyperphania, but Zoob is here. We'll be taking down Demonic as well. Dying Game TBH ulting in to try and peel for his team. Flash will come through from Tylon as well as Invincible in order to secure the kill onto Dying Game TBH. And now JZ Jax is by his lonesome. Going to leave Forever AFK in the bot lane to try and pick up these waves. But looks like this mid tower is going to be going down to Team Tryhards, or they just go for Baron. They do. They do.
They will opt in for just the secure setup of going for the Baron here. In a very comfortable position. We're in a classic 10k goal lead. And yeah, Minecraft fans could definitely do if they get a really nice team fight out. They have a really great accomplishment. Their accomplishment by no means has been outscaled or gets outscaled. It makes it incredibly difficult for them to come back. As you said, they have a lot of key scaling components that does give them the opportunity to look for ways to really get back into this game. But for now, Tryhards will capitalize on the team fight win with taking the Baron, and now they're looking to siege together and look to maybe end the game here.
Cold Dolphin is in a nice little spot here to actually get value for his team. Is he going to be able to land the hook onto Hyperphania, though? He will flash in order to get it off. Dying Game TBH going to try his best to follow up. Demonic in a really good position to do a lot of damage here, but we have Invincible and Hexweek in the back line, and they're just going to completely take down BCF. There's nothing they can do here. The gold lead is just too significant. It's too significant. If they're able to rotate that quickly, it just takes you too long to finish up the fights, and they just come through, take advantage of the item lead they have, and they're able to take down BCF. And honestly, it looks like they're just able to end the game here. We have 30 seconds on the wave clear, and yeah, I mean, there's not really much that Cool Dolphin and Dying Game are going to be able to do alongside Demonic into these two beefcakes, the Lee Sin, the Mundo, and the CC from Invincible.
Yeah, and they will be spawning here back again. We are seeing each other in a 3v3 situation. Dying Game TBH does end up turning off the lights here, goes in on Invincible,
But meanwhile, Mundo is just completely zoning Demon God from doing any sort of damage. Comes back to hit the Nautilus. Invincible does a really good job kiting around. Dying Game move to the edge. Will try to Zoop flash away so he can try to kill Nocturne before he's able to pick up Invincible, but won't be enough. Mundo is still full health, by the way. Mundo is still full health, and he's just like, you know what, I'm just tired of fighting. I'm just going to end the game. He has a lot of important business meetings to go to. He doesn't have time to play this game. Like,
Yeah,
it will be
props-
win. Going over to tryhards.
It will. It will. Very well played, the team tryhards here. And we will be taking a short intermission before moving on to the next lobby here. 1 second. Yeah, we're going to take about 15 minutes here. So I apologize for the delays, everyone. We've got to figure out the drafting situation, but, we'll make it work. Thank you.
We have new discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, we are back. Are you here, Caesar? I don't believe he is, but we are back. We are live, and we will get right into the draft. It's already begun. I'm sorry, I was in the middle of something. We had to take that intermission because, once again, BCF does have to get a substitute member. The previous support that filled for them only had time to play one game, so we'll be going into the next draft here. And I'll let you guys know who it is as soon as Caesar gets back, because he's going to want to hear about it. Anyways, pardon my behind-the-scenes technical difficulties as per usual, but hey, it happens. We have the Lee Sin locked in once again from Zoop. They're just refusing to let this Lee Sin, or they're refusing to ban this Lee Sin. They let it through every time. He always performs, and maybe they kind of recognize no matter what we give him, he's going to play a carry jungler. He's going to perform, and maybe they're confident in playing against the early game of Lee Sin. It is. You do have the option to negate a lot of his early game power just by the way you play waves, the way you counterpick, things like that. But regardless, we will actually see Hyperfania on Sivir this time rather than the Ashe. And then we will see Tay on the Milio. So Sivir Milio, very, very good front-to-back damage. Tons of damage coming out from that combo. And excuse me, I didn't even realize this because they picked Ashe on the side of BCF. So we're going to see Demonic on Ashe. And then our mystery support on Blitzcrank. Once again, I'm going to wait for Caesar to get back. Master Yi being locked in by Dying Game TBH looks like. We have a couple seconds here. He will. Dying Game TBH is a Master Yi main, so he's pretty confident this game already. I mean, looking at the enemy team, there is no CC whatsoever. They have the Lee Sin kick. They have the Milio soccer ball. That's about it. Master Yi can easily alpha strike those abilities and just kind of go crazy in a team fight given he's positioning well. And he's able to go in at the right time, which, knowing Dying Game TBH, he will be able to succeed given the opportunity. So, let's see how it goes. The Gwen ban's coming through. The Mundo ban is coming through. Both top laners from last game being banned out. Invincible's Lissandra has been banned out as well. And, of course, JZ Jax's Way. Curious to see what happens as far as the matchups go here. I imagine Ball and Cap fans gives Forever AFK the top lane counterpick. But in my opinion, he had it last time. If you guys disagree, please let me know. I don't play top lane, so I don't know how Gwen actually goes into Mundo normally, but seems Gwen favored. Last time they were not able to capitalize off of it, unfortunately. So I'm curious to see if they give JZ Jax the counter pick instead and have JZ Jax go for a more carry-oriented playstyle rather than being on a control mage. We're seeing Sejuani picked by Ball and Cat fans, so confirmed. We are giving the counter pick to JZ Jax here. Let's see what gets picked. Sejuani top, very, very interesting pick, but does have a Master Yi jungle. Very good synergy there. And they may try to play for top side this game if they're on Ball and Cat fans. I mean, they have Blitzcrank Ashe bot lane. The setup is really good for them, but they could also just win 2v2 against Sivir Milio, to be honest with you, if they play it properly. We're going to see that Malphite locked in here, which is just a very, very safe pick. Always going to have value throughout the entire game past level 6. So I don't think he cares about going into the Sejuani too much. We'll be able to itemize heavy armor items against the Blitzcrank and the Ashe, or the Ashe and the Master Yi, excuse me. And what are we going to get for the mid lane? The Ahri pick. I've faced Invincible's Ahri. It's pretty good, I can't lie. So excited to see him finally pulling that out. Not going to be going with one of his tank mids. They did ban the Poppy. They did ban the Lissandra. So, and the Kayle as well. I believe the Kayle ban's actually for him. I heard that he's been playing Kayle, but maybe I'm mistaken. And now we're going to see, ladies and gentlemen, the patented JZ Jax Katarina. He's known for this pick. He's absolutely known for this pick, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. They give him counter pick. They let him last pick the Katarina, and he was playing it into a pretty decent matchup. I would say, I don't know, I don't play Katarina, but I know she's very, very mobile. Ahri is pretty reliant on her charm pre-6 to actually get off her full combo, so it's going to be very, very free. Did you miss the gamble? Nope, I missed the gamble. 1 second. I'm going to throw it up for just a minute here. One moment. I'll give you guys a 2-minute predictions. 2 minutes to gamble your rocks. And we need to get Coach Caesar in here. Sorry, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Anyways, here's the draft. Feast your eyes upon the draft. Give me just a second to figure some stuff out. Uh-oh, we got the show Lulu, the cat cam. I will definitely do that later. Please remind me. But right now I'm dealing with a situation. Okay, we will unfortunately have to start without Coach Caesar. He is MIA. That's okay. Okay, anyways, like I said, Prophet, I will show the cat later. We've got everything figured out now. We're back in business. Ladies and gentlemen, the draft is over. The game is beginning. We have to wait out our spectate delay. We'll probably play some Model because I don't have Caesar here to talk to. I'm not sure where he went. He's got important business to take care of. But he'll be back, I'm sure, halfway through the game and have to watch the scuffed version of it on the stream. But hey, we always appreciate his insight. Anyways, very, very interesting game that we have for sure. I definitely like to see Dying Game and Jay-Z Jax on two of their most competent champions. They're very, very comfortable on them. I love to see the Ashe on Demonic picked away from Hyperfania. We know Hyperfania is good on the Sivir as well, but I think that does take a lot of their power away. They're not really able to stick to this really pick-oriented style that they have been previously. And honestly, just looking at the comp now, Zoob usually does very well. Not extremely worried about him. Hyperfania usually does very well too, but I think there's a lot of pressure on Hyperfania to perform this game. They really, really need some consistent DPS into that team. Just the Sejuani being able to run in with the Blitzcrank and the Ashe. Gonna have to have something to take them down. Now, Lee Sin and Ahri should be able to take care of the Master Yi and Katarina, but it's definitely gonna be quite the mechanics check. Those characters have very good mobility, or just the ability in general to dodge key cooldowns, which both Lee Sin and Ahri have, and need to utilize properly in order to get value on their champions. So, very curious to see what happens here. I like the Malphite pick, though. Very good into the Cat and Master Yi. Although the Malphite is dodgeable, if he's in Fog of War, it's a lot less dodgeable. And just the threat of having it there in the team fight, especially on champs like Master Yi and Katarina, is very, very scary. And it makes your windows of opportunity seem a lot slimmer than they may be sometimes. So, Both teams, I think, are really, really good here. I really like Ball and Cap fans' comp here. I think this is one of the better comps they've drafted. I don't think the Katarina fits in perfectly, but just knowing that JZ Jax is a Katarina main, basically, means that it should be okay. Anyways, Sejuani top, yeah, not something you see super often, but excited to see it. Probably not bad in a Malphite at all. Lee Sin versus Master Yi, a pretty classic matchup that you see. Master Yi is not as popular as he used to be, and I'm not sure why. I think there's just better junglers at the moment. Junglers don't get as much gold as they used to back in the day, so it's a little bit harder to snowball on these damage-only champions, the true hyper carry champions. So definitely not seeing him as much in standard games, but it can absolutely work, especially when you've got somebody confident on him. Hyper performs best under pressure. I won't read the second sentence, but that's funny. Anyways. So curious to see how this is going to go. I don't know. The mid lane matchup specifically. I hate playing into Katarina. I ban her when I play Taliyah sometimes. Katarina just completely dunks on Taliyah. There's nothing Taliyah can do. So, curious to see if it's a little bit similar with Ahri. We know that Ahri has much more mobility. Even without her ultimate, her W is able to buy her a lot of space. And she can hold Charm for a very long time and be fine. You're pretty much forced as Katarina to Shumpo away after you go for a trade. Because Invincible could just hold his Charm until you Shunpo onto him. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Once again, the Ashe Blitzcrank should be pretty favorable here, I believe. Ashe should be able to contest the push from Sivir as far as priority goes. And we know that Zoob is not afraid to go for tower dives in the bot lane, but I just don't think it's going to work. Especially with, like, all it takes is one good counter gank by the Master Yi, where Zoob oversteps just a little bit with whichever lane he decides to gank, which I assume will be bot lane this game, for everything to go just completely downhill. I'm not going to lie to you. A fed Yi is what wins games. As long as you're able to put him behind, it's a lot harder for him to actually do anything, but like I said, a really good counter gank could change things quite a bit into Ball and Cat 43 fans' favor. The Coven Ahri skin coming out, we like that one. Ahri has a ton of cool skins, just a ton of skins in general, not gonna lie. Maybe she's one of those champs with too many. I like playing Vex. I've been playing her a little bit more recently because she's kind of come back into the meta in solo queue especially. I used to kind of one-trick the champion, but she's got 2 skins. She's got the release skin and 1 additional skin. And the champ's been out for years now. Let's get some Vex skins going. We have enough Ahri skins, Lux skins. I mean, those champions just get a lot. It is what it is. But we are seeing the 5-stack from both teams here. We have BCF and the bot side going to be going for a ward onto the red, probably. They have a really, really good level 1 here, I think. Just JZ Jax being able to start the Shumpo, in addition to really, really good utility from Sparter, Demonic, and Forever AFK. Yeah, Sparter, by the way, also known as Romeo, is the support that Ball and Cat fans have brought in order to substitute Mr. Give Me Scuttle, also known as Cool Dolphin. So, yeah. Well, we're seeing just traded wards on each other's reds. Not going to be any mystery here on where the junglers start. Everyone's going to be aware, so I imagine we're going to look at a relatively slow early game. But I'm curious to see what happens in some of the more volatile matchups, being mid lane. Honestly, all of them. I think all of them could be pretty nice for Ball and Cat fans. I think they drafted some really good lanes here, and this is the advantage of being able to start on red side, is you do get to counterpick much more often. And we have bone plating on Invincible again. Very underrated, I think, to run bone plating on mages. I do it pretty frequently when I'm against champions like Katarina, so definitely like to see it. Oh, and we see Spartor and Demonic going for the cheese in the bush, going to force the flash and heal out from Tylon instantly before the laning phase even starts. Hyperfania is going to miss some CS here. I think he picked up all the XP, though. Did he? I think so. Level 2 spike on the Ahri will hit the tip of the Q just a little bit there. Curious to see how this top lane goes, though, especially on this level 2. I think Sejuani can play pretty aggressively here, but is choosing not to use any cooldowns. Probably does not want to push the wave. Oh, they are going to push the wave, and they're going to get it stuck on the 3rd wave here, I believe, unfortunately. Not going to be a full crash here. Hexby's going to be able to match it. Putting Forever AFK in a pretty uncomfortable position here. Is open to Master Yi ganks if he's not able to get this wave in. Hexby really has to match this wave and make sure that it doesn't crash under his tower. Anyways, on the bot side, seeing the Prio go over to Ashe as expected, getting really good value hook onto Tylon, playing a little bit more safely there. Invincible going to get some nice trades back. JZ Jack's not afraid to go back in. He understands his strengths. He has the D shield, so he's going to be able to regen a lot of that poke back. And it looks like Forever AFK was able to successfully get this crash off, but now he has to wait such an awkward amount of time for this wave to go in. Or for this wave to bounce back to him, excuse me. But fortunately, Lee Sin is bot side. So Forever AFK should be totally fine here. Demonic and Sparta are going to let this wave push back into them. They understand that Lee Sin's on the bot side as they were able to get that early ward at level 1. Sparta's going to go for the hook. It will go wide. But that first one, it does wonders. I'm surprised to not see a little bit more trading in the top lane, but sometimes just how top lane goes. We are seeing Dying Game path over to the top crab while Zoob will be able to secure that bottom crab. Invincible going to be punishing JZ Jax for a bit of an over-aggression, and that very nice Charm Flash will come through onto JZ Jax. The Q from Zoob will go wide due to the Jumpo from Katarina. Is Zoob going to be able to pick anything up here? The Yi is hitting really hard. Wow. Actually more than expected there. I think we're just going to see Invincible go for a base TP in this case. Katarina's got pretty good wave clear, so she'll be able to get this in quickly. And she's actually choosing to stay. Zoob might be able to help tank this wave a little bit. I don't know. Could be okay. Could be okay. Finally, we're seeing Forever AFK go for some nice trades here. Might be able to pick up a solo kill on a Hex. We're going to be able to force the flash away. Very good for the top lane. We know that Malphite's very immobile if he doesn't have his ultimate. And if you're able to force his ultimate out just to keep himself alive, it's a lot of really good value. He doesn't have it for the team fight, and then he's basically just not a champion. So Sparta going for these classic hooks. He did this for the other team that he played for. He's going to be going for the Hex Flash. We know Invincible doesn't have Flash. The hook is going to connect. JZ Jax will be able to secure the kill onto Invincible. Will he? Oh my god. And the Triumph will heal him, ladies and gentlemen. Does he even have Triumph? I don't know why he healed. I think he leveled up. No, that was his passive. Excuse me. Excuse me. I forgot about the new Arya passive. I've played against her enough, you'd think I'd know. But Invincible, able to get both kills there. Very well played. Just didn't quite have the damage to take down Invincible under tower there. Hexby looking to be in a very scary position. Sejuani does have ultimate available. Does he go for the dive is the question. Is it worth it for him? In my opinion, you go for the dives here. Preferably before Malphite has time to get the shield passive up and before he's able to get level 6. But if you're able to kill him, deny that wave, it's worth trading 1 for 1. Hyperphania able to get a pushback into Demonic here. Demonic is now in a very awkward position, but we'll have to see. Zoob potentially looking for something here. We'll be pathing into the bot side. Not going to be able to get any value. Meanwhile, we have Dying Game TBH already at the Void Grubs, ready to go. Malphite does have ultimate available now. He does have to push in 1 more wave before he's able to even think about rotating over to those Void Grubs here. Invincible going for the roam. It looks like they want to make a dive play here. Demonic, like I said, was put in a pretty uncomfortable position here. Very low, but instead of doing the dive, they realize, hey, we have no wave. Let's take the free dragon. We'll just send Invincible back mid, collect his wave. Make sure that Katarina's not picking up any free plays here. It's a good play. Malphite has no TP. So either the dive or the dragon works. And they opt for the dragon instead. I mean, we're in the semifinals here. It's a best of 5. Even though Tryhards is already in the lead by 1 game, there's no need to risk it with dive plays that could potentially go wrong just due to lack of coordination. Tryhards has good coordination, but you don't need coordination to hit the big lizard in the river. So we're going to go for that instead. Definitely like that. Want to be stacking these dragons. On pretty much any team comp, you want to stack dragons nowadays. They're very strong, as Caesar has noted a lot. But Yeah, being able to pick that up early is really good for them, regardless of if they have insane scaling or not. Zoob wanting to contest the blue buff from Dying Game TBH here. Dying Game will use his W, get charmed into the Ahri at lightning speed because he was an ultimate, and Zoob will be able to pick up the kill here as well. Going to continue the engage. Sparta going to hook the Gromp away, say, nope, that's for my jungler, not for you. You're not allowed to have that. Invincible, able to make it back in time to his mid wave. And again, we're looking at a really nice spot for Team Tryhards here. Now, regardless of the leads that we see Tryhards holding right now, I have to say, it's still very, very scary. They have great pick potential on the Ball and Cat fan side with the Blitzcrank and the Ashe. And it just takes one team fight going barely wrong for Katarina and Master Yi to just completely snowball out of control here. Invincible found himself in an awkward position, has no ultimate, does have flash coming up pretty soon. Zoob does look like he might want to go in here, but Forever AFK is rotated down. Does throw the ultimate out, will not connect onto the Zoob. And they're not able to get anything off. Unfortunately, Sejuani was not in range to proc her either. I did not actually know that Katarina ult stacks Sejuani passive. That's really interesting. I didn't know that at all. I wonder if they considered that whenever they picked it. I'm sure they did. As we said, JZ Jax is a Katarina player by definition, so he's probably very, very comfortable with a lot of those niche interactions. But I guess it does apply on hit effects, and that would count as one. I don't know. Definitely need some time for the two hyper carries on Ball and Cap fans to scale here. If they're able to continue negating some of the losses, they should be in a fine spot. Hex, we waiting for this wave to come back into him. Doesn't want to walk up into Forever AFK, probably recognizing he does not win this anymore. At least not right now. Sparta once again going for the mid roam. Gonna hold the wave for his mid laner. We like to see it. We like to see it. Able to get some deep vision on the bot side here from Team Tryhards. And a very nice hook by Sparta is going to land onto Tylon here, forcing out the ult flash. But Dying Game is in a nice position here. The Ashe arrow is going to land. We're looking at 2 kills potentially for Master Yi here. Sparta going to continue with the flash, land that knockup, give the other kill to Yi, and Zoob is here. A very nice kick onto the Master Yi under tower, but he's going to be able to alpha strike the dodge that tower shot. He really wants this kill. Zoob is really hard committing for this. He has W available soon. Invincible is here. Will land a charm onto JZ Jax. Are they able to turn it? Zoob Qs go wide. Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's a shutdown going to Katarina. That's 2 kills going over to Master Yi. Is he going to be able to get the kill onto Invincible as well, who has no more charges of ultimate available after this one? We'll see. JC Jax is very low, going to be shunpoing back to Demonic in order to survive. Wow. And this is the exact situation I was saying is good for BCF. BCF really wants some gold on these hyper carries, especially in the early game here. So that way they are able to just kind of survive these potentially rough matchups here. The longer they survive, the more time they get to scale, the more time they get to do damage. We know how it goes. Classic League of Legends. We're seeing the Blade of the Ruined King purchase on the Master Yi here. A bit behind in farm, but even in kills will be contested by Zoob on these Void Grubs. We'll be able to secure that one. He doesn't have ult available, so it's looking like a rough 1v1, but he is getting a lot of autos off, and Zoob is actually just going to ward hop away, recognizing he does not win that anymore. Very good rotation by Sparta. We're going to see the teleport come through from JZ Jax. He'll rotate into the mid lane, recognizing his team is going to be able to secure these grubs without him. Continue to get mid prio. And this is looking super, super good for Ball and Cap fans. They were able to bring back an already somewhat rough situation. And like I said, on these champions, this is most definitely their win condition. They need JZ Jax and Dying Game to pop off here. And it looks like they're off to a decent start, all things considered. Hyperphania going to be able to crash this wave, completely back off with Sparta rotating back into the bot side. And it looks like Ball and Cap fans are just going to be able to take this dragon. Maybe they're not going for it. They do understand Lee Sin's alive, as we discussed earlier. Lee Sin, outside of maybe Nunu, has one of the best steals in the game. Since his Q is an execute, you can Q smite and then hit the Q2 right after that smite goes off. Looks like they are considering fighting it though. Spardor in a nice position to land a hook. Demonic gonna be able to land the Ash Arrow onto Invincible here. Good knock up on the Zoob. Gonna be kicking Lee Sin into the team here, but JZ Jax on Katarina is able to finally pop off. This is the position he wanted to be in, but he doesn't want to continue. He will be able to Shumpo out. The hook will go wide. He almost kills absolutely everyone there. Demonic gonna flash away from the Q, doesn't know what other spells are coming, and we have the 1v1, the noodle fight happening from the two top laners here. Hex will be very confident in fighting Forever AFK, especially with Invincible nearby. The charm goes wide. I think he was trying to predict the Q from Sejuani there, but that will actually allow her to get away. Oh, and Demonic taking a lot of damage from Hyperfania here. Hyperfania is just going to be able to pick up the kill. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. Blitzcrank egoing the recall here, knowing the Sivir Q is a possibility, but will be backing off. Man, Hyper's going to stay for another wave. A very, very strong Sivir we're looking at right here. Some good ults by Ashe so far. Demonic has been very useful for his team. But as far as the gold goes, Hyperfania is going to be taking over the lead here. Zoob caught on Dragon, soloing it. Just going to have to give this over to Dying Game. Does not follow with the Alpha Strike. We have a very low bot lane from Tryhards rotating over here, but it's just too risky. I don't think they go for it. Zoob going to attempt for the steal, will not succeed. Very well played by Dying Game. And we have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. We have a game. I mean, we still have gold lead pretty significantly in favor of Team Tryhards here, but Ball and Cat fans have definitely reclaim the tempo so far in this match. I mean, we're seeing waves in topside, getting some tower damage with the grubs. JZ Jax is already very, very tough to deal with. He's got the Sork Shoes and the Nashor's Tooth. Invincible is going to have a hard time locking the Katarina down just due to the nature of the matchup. And just as I speak of the good tempo they have, they're losing a little bit here by just kind of walking around, but they do want to try and secure some space for the excuse me, whatever the thing's called, the Shelly. They want to secure some space for that, so not a complete waste of time. They are missing out on some wave opportunities here, but we'll be able to reclaim it in time. We're going to see JZ Jax completely commit onto Invincible with the ultimate, knowing his team is here to gank him, will force out Ahri's ultimate, which is very, very good for the upcoming team fight. If JZ Jax is able to get one kill in a team fight without his ultimate, then he just gets it. So, should be totally fine. Ahri is quite ult reliant. Ash Arrow's coming through into the mid lane. Not going to hit anybody. Almost hits Invincible there, but nice read by him. Back to a bit of a lull state. Forever AFK taking these trades. The unfortunate part about this matchup for Forever AFK is I think his window of opportunity to actually win the lane is over with. We do have Dying Game pathing into the top side though. Could potentially look for something onto Hexui, but that's a Malphite after all. A Malphite with all armor already. Probably don't want to be fighting him even 2v1. We do see him rotating over to try and get some value here. I'm completely missing some action on the bot side here. A very nice ward hop by Zoob. And the flash kick, the kick flash, excuse me, will land onto Sparter. Sparter's going to go down, but that's a lot of resources committed for the support. While we see Ball and Cat fans able to secure this Rift Herald. And we're going to see Team Tryhards work on their lane assignment here a little bit. The bot tower has fallen, so I imagine they just send bot lane mid, send Invincible bot lane, have her shove the waves, rotate with ult, and try and make some plays happen. Definitely something that Demonic enjoys, being able to land those arrows on people inside lane, or even just shoot one into the mid lane in order to coordinate an engagement with his jungler. Lots of opportunities here for both teams. I'm really excited to see how this game turns out. Take a look at the gold differences here. Have about 600 in the top lane. About 1,000 in the jungle on Zoob's side. Pretty even mid. Very, very big lead on Hyperfania in the bot lane. About a 1,500 gold lead. Looks like Ball and Cat fans will be committing for the Herald play here. Understanding that Ahri's bot lane, they have a bit of a timer to work with here. Demonic will be hopping into the Rift Herald. Get some value there. Won't continue pushing, understanding Ahri's probably going to rotate over. But Dying Game going to be going for the camp here. Could be a little bit risky. The Charm is going to connect. Zoob is here. Is he going to be able to land the Q is the question. Ash Arrow comes through. It hits Tylon. What's going to happen here? What's going to happen? Anything? Nope. The Q goes wide. Everyone's just going to simply walk away. Cooldowns have been used, but nothing has happened. We'll see Team Tryhard's counter push with a siege of their own, but don't think they're going to get much value here. Do have Blitzcrank ready to Hex Flash over the wall here. Does not make it over the wall, but he's still going to walk in and go for this Q. Does it land? It does not land. It goes just a little bit wide. Shunpo is going to come out from Katarina. Won't be committing. It's a 4v3 after all. They have Sejuani rotating, but it's just going to be a little bit too late. They have Tylon with the ultimate on Milio. They have the spell shield from Hyperfania. It's very, very risky and tough for Sejuani to be the primary engaged in this situation and get guaranteed value on a potentially risky play. So do have Dragon coming up. It's a 1-to-1 in the Dragons right now. A nice Hawk shot will grant vision onto Zoob and Tylon here. Teleport in the bot lane going to be coming out from Ahri. Able to secure the wave in the bot lane, get a little bit more space, a little bit more priority for them, but we are at the classic situation where we're having to face check a Blitzcrank. Fortunately, Hyperfania is one of the few champions that does have the spell shield to block the arrow or the blitz pull. But once again, it's still just a little bit tough for them. It's just a little bit tough. Looks like Ball and Cat fans is going to be able to take over the space very, very confidently. Hyperfania making a good decision to just push out mid lane here. Sivir's fantastic wave clear, especially with the Shiv. You don't want an extended dragon fight turning into a nice split play where the enemy team goes for the mid push. Invincible, engaging onto Sparta. The Charm's going to go wide. He will retaliate with W, but now they've successfully taken over the space. A lot of this does come down to Hyperfania being able to push that mid wave out. The arrow's going to come through, and it's going to completely hit Invincible. He's forced to flash away, has no more charges of his ult left. He should just be going down to Demonic here, putting out a lot of damage. We're seeing JZ Jax come in for a very massive Katarina ult, and ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing the carries pop off. That's a double kill for Katarina, and Demonic as well. Doing very good work here on the Ashe pick. This is going to be a Dragon going over to Ball and Cat fans. They gave him back the space, but took it over very aggressively, and I like to see how quickly they made that decision, just because of how explosive their team comp is. So we have a 4-in-1 Katarina to deal with. We have a Master Yi who's slightly behind in farm, slightly behind in kills, but will scale regardless of the fact. I mean, like we discussed already, the synergy of Katarina and Master Yi is just too good here. It's just so much AoE damage coming out. Very, very slippery champions to take down as well. So if they're able to properly wait out the CC like the Ahri Charm and the Lee Sin kick, then they could usually outplay it pretty well. Hex, we potentially getting outplayed here. Forever AFK going to flash away, but the move speed from the cheese wheel will net Hex the kill. Yeah, Hyperfania kind of smurfing as per usual. JZ Jax happy to go for a play here. A very good soccer ball by Tylon in order to stop JZ Jax's ultimate there. Actually would have gotten a lot of value against two champions with very little CC. Very important that Tylon lands that ability. Wait, I don't see Sire. That's Sunday. Don't worry. You'll see him on Sunday. We do have Spartor for the return, though. He's back. He's back on the Blitzcrank. Normally, like I said, we don't let fills like this happen, but Tryhards was more than willing to let them use a fill as some BCF players flaked out on us. A very intense team fight we're seeing here, but that is a shutdown on the Katarina from Lee Sin. A very nice Ashe Arrow going to land. A very nice ult from Sejuani going to land, but we are going to see Hexwe get a fat ultimate of himself. Zoob going to be able to come in and get a lot of damage onto Forever AFK. Sparta in the back lane trying his best to look for an opportunity here. Demonic able to capitalize off of the hook from Sparta here. The Malphite ultimate is down, but Demonic is very afraid of Zoob here. If Zoob's able to land a Q, he's pretty much just done for. They're going to try their best to clear the waves and stop the siege, but it looks like this mid tower is going to go down. A very nice hook from Sparta onto Zoob, but he's going to get charmed in retaliation. The Lee Sin Q lands, but he's not able to take it. The Ignite makes him live at 1 HP. Wow. Lots of action happening now, that's for sure. That's for sure. Definitely not a great fight for Ball and Cat fans. JZ Jax died pretty early in the fight. Very well played by Zoob, able to execute what he needs to do in this game, and it's to take down one of the hyper carries from Team Ball and Cat fans. And we're back to PvE, ladies and gentlemen. Invincible. Not able to get any chip damage on Forever AFK, but it doesn't matter. It's going to tickle the Sejuani anyways. I think Thimblewinter is a very underrated item, by the way. Every time I see it built, the champion is just invincible. I mean, the player's not invincible. He's playing Ahri, but you get what I mean. Hex, we looking to be in an uncomfortable position, but does have his ultimate to get out if he needs to. Has a TP coming in as well, but he actually gets chain CC'd. Very well played by Sparta, able to get the silence. I don't get what you mean. Can you explain what you mean? I already forgot what I said. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. This game's very, very close. It could go either way. If you're Ball and Cat fans, you're very happy to have 2 dragons right now. Sparta will grab a minion for his team. Bad follow-up on the minion there. Confidently walking up to look for another hook here, though. It is available. Gonna be able to comfortably siege this mid tower. We do see Zoob looking for an engagement. Lands a very nice Q onto Katarina. Will land the kick here at the perfect time in order to knock him into dying game TBH, and that's both carries from Ball and Cat fans going down. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. And this is a really, really big fight to turn things for Team Tryhards here. Definitely a bit of an overextension with Ahri coming out of base from the side of Ball and Cat fans, and it looks like Tryhards are going to be able to turn this into a Baron. Daffy Duck. Listen, it's like 80 degrees in this room. It's late. I haven't had coffee. My brain's not here, but the games are here, and that's all that matters. Think you sound perfect. Thank you. I got butterflies. Why is it 80? It's just hot as fuck in Texas. And our AC, our AC was broken for like a year. We do have a fan in here. But we have 2 gaming PCs running in a somewhat small room. We have a new AC unit that's a little weaker than before. And, I mean, what can you do if you're invincible there? I mean, you just have to dodge the Ash Arrow as soon as it comes at you. But it's so hard to predict, right? You can't spend the entire game looking for the Ash Arrow. So, unfortunate for Invincible. They're getting picked at the very start of the fight. That's a lot of the power that they have on Team Tryhards here in order to kind of execute these carries. They really, really need some CC for them. A very nice hook by Sparta will result in a kill onto Tylon. And it looks like Ball and Cat fans are just going to be able to pick up their 3rd dragon. Hyperphania taking the opportunity of running with this Baron that they claimed in order to take down the mid tower. Not bad, not bad. And it looks like Zoob went for the steal. We missed that, but he did die from it. We do have a Blitzcrank after all.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
I live in Dallas too, what you mean? Yeah, but your AC is probably better than ours. We got the budget apartment AC after complaining to them for a year that ours was broken. But hey, it is what it is. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm not allowed to complain about it anymore. It gets hot. What can you do? Anyways, it's very back and forth. I can't lie. It's very back and forth. And like I've been saying over and over, I'll say it again, but in a different way this time, so maybe everyone understands properly. Zoob and Invincible are like the real CC on the team here, and they have to CC these two very, very tough hyper carries to deal with from Team Ball and Cat fans. If they don't play the team fights perfectly, there's a really good chance they just randomly lose. We do still have a lead on their side, but like I said, the hyper carries are so hard to deal with. If we can't land some CC on them, they're just going to take over. Hexwe getting 3-manned here, but he does have ultimate available. Probably not going to use it. I think he's just going to accept defeat here. Getting perma CC'd once again. Oh, he is going to use it. He's going to use flash as well, and he's still going to go down, unfortunately. It looks like Dying Game will flash into range here. Oh, we're getting 2 flashes for that. That's very worth for Hexwe. That's very, very worth. Meanwhile, we have the rest of tryhards pushing mid. Won't be able to follow up on that as everyone else is on a reset timer now. A solid performance by BCF this game, I must say. Same with Team Tryhards. I mean, you got to give it to Tryhards here. It's a lot harder for them to play into Ball and Cat fans this game just due to the champions being picked, but they're managing to do so pretty well, I must say. Thank you, Thunder, for the prime. I appreciate it. Spartor going for the hook on the red buff. We respect it. Fufuian, not Rat, thank you for the prime as well. The hype train has begun. I still don't know what it means, but I think if you guys keep subbing, it shows some like cool decals and banners and stuff or whatever, but I don't know. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Appreciate the support. By the way, I have gotten word we should have Caesar back for next game. Fufuian with the gifted. Thank you. Thank you. We're being showered in subscribers right now. People get to experience the tournament games without ads. It's actually on me for not disabling ads during the tournament games, but thank you, thank you. Another gifted sub. The hype train is being complete. Thank you. Thank you, Fufuian. I appreciate you. I will eternally say thank you. But I don't want to miss anything in the game. But thank you guys. Are those bits as well? Cobalt with the 10 bits as well. Thank you guys for the support. Ping150 loves having you around, myself included. Anyways, the dragon's coming up really, really soon. I just wanted to see the banner do something. It did. It did. It looks very fancy on my screen. It's a little distracting. We're going to see Spartor land a very nice hook onto Invincible. The charm is going to go wide again. Milio will be able to save him. And we have Invincible's ultimate started, by the way. They've got to make something happen here with the Ari ultimate if they have any chance of winning this fight, in my opinion. It looks like they might just be giving this over to Ball and Cat fans again. Hamilakar, thank you for the prime. You guys are so hype right now. You're so hype. We're at the level 2 hype train. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Cheese wheel over the wall will claim the shield from Spartor. I mean, guys, wait, how long on this dragon? I feel like we've been waiting for it to spawn forever. Okay. Thank you guys for the support, every last one of you. Hamilakar, Cobalt, Thunder, Fufuian, thank you guys. Okay, Zoob with a very nice play on a Dying Game TBH, but it's actually going to knock him into safety. I think he barely missed position there on the kick, and that's going to be a shutdown for Katarina on Hyperfania. We're looking at a 5v4 situation. We have no kick on Zoob, and we have both hyper carries alive for Ball and Cat fans. They're going to be able to hook in the Malphite, not typically the best decision, and a massive ultimate by JZ Jax will be followed up with a massive ultimate by Hexwe himself in order to cancel. It's a very close fight. Zoob is completely popping off. He's healing so much. He's killing everyone. He's killing everyone. Is he going to land the Q? He's going to land the Q onto Demonic. Zoob just kind of like, just tanked 1 million damage. He tanked 1 million damage. Sundered Sky, Eclipse, Sterix. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was a close fight. It was a really close fight. JZ Jax got a massive ultimate off, but it was interrupted by Hexui. He wasn't able to respond with another Shampoo in time. And it's hard, right? I'm not a Katarina player. I'm not going to pretend like I am. But it's hard whenever you're in a position where you're getting so much damage off, so much value, and you're like, this thing could stop me, but like, you know, I'm kind of one-shotting everyone, so what if I just hold it? Unfortunately, it did not work in their favor. But Team Tryhard's winning a 4v5 there is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. Hexui getting hooked into the team there is a bit unlucky. I don't think that was necessarily what changed the fight for them, but I think he did get a big E off in order to slow the attack speed of everyone. And I'm not sure what happened to Dying Game TBH. I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure what happened. There was too much going on. But yeah. Very well played to Team Tryhards. They're going to have to play every fight that well if they want to win this game, like I said. We already have a very fed cat. A pretty fed Yi as well. Like 3 items on the Yi, 4 on the cat. Is looking spooky. The Leandry's buy on the cat is interesting to me, but it does synergize very, very well with the Rift Maker. I don't know. There's like a new cat build every week. And that's just how it goes. Sundered on Diana. I mean, honestly, it's probably good. The item is a little crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. Especially on a player like Zoob. I got to gas up Zoob a little bit extra because he's my teammate in a tournament that I'm playing in. 200 bits. 200 bits from Thunder. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, guys. It's continuing the hype train. You know, I'd love to gift a sub right now to continue that one more time, but I'm not going to yet because we need to see this Baron fight. Actually, I can tab out and you guys can see. Let me do it one time. Okay, we're not missing anything. We're good. We do see Team Tryhards beginning the Baron here. But Ball and Cat fans are not going to let this go for free. They're ready to rotate over. We see Team Tryhards playing this very, very slow, understanding how explosive the engage can be from Team Ball and Cat fans here. What's going to happen? Sparter confidently walking in here. Understanding if he lands a hook, his target will die. It's going to go a little bit wide onto Zoob, and JC Jax gets completely caught. He gets caught by the charm and by the kick from Lee Sin. That is a lot of the damage from Ball and Cat fans unfortunately disappearing here. It looks like this Baron is going to go over to Team Tryhard. Sparter trying his best to land the hook there as well. Dying Game TBH will get Malphite ulted just to ensure we're not doing a 50-50 here, and Yi flashes into Smite. We're going to see the teleport come out from Malphite to stop Demonic from continuing to push the mid wave here. Very, very well played. They were able to get Katarina. 10 seconds. Hype train. I think I missed the beginning animation because my screen was messed up, but hey. I'll have a limited time to earn exclusive emotes. I'll look into that after. Guys, if you want specific emotes, not only in the Twitch chat, but in the Discord, please just DM me or like put it in the chat somewhere. Preferably with the emote itself. They're kind of a pain because you have to get 3 different sizes for one emote. It has to be a specific file type. If you want to ask me about that later, you can because I don't remember now. But I'm always happy to add stuff to Twitch or Discord. And Forever AFK just going to go ahead and ult Invincible. Does have his ult available to live, but trading ult for ult, is it worth it? I don't know. We'll see. Zoob with the GA, level 17, very, very fed, has a bunch of items that just keep him from dying. It's going to be hard to deal with him here. Now we've kind of transitioned away from Zoob and Invincible being very heavily under pressure to land the CC onto JZ Jax and onto Dying Game TBH. And now we're looking at Zoob just being pretty much unkillable and able to face tank all of that damage anyways and just continue killing everyone. Like, we're talking God mode, Elden Ring boss level of Lee Sin right now. He is extremely, extremely hard to kill, and he does a ton of damage on top of it. So it's going to be very hard for Ball and Cat fans to bring this game back. But it's a best of 5. They still have more chances if they lose this game, but we don't know. It could still go either way. Like I said, a very explosive fight with the Katarina and the Master Yi coming out from Ball and Cat fans could most definitely turn this back into their favor, especially if they're able to get another dragon. It buys them even more time. Let's see how they want to play this out. Demonic does not have arrow available, makes this fight a little bit harder to walk into, but we can still rely on Sparta to try and land a hook on somebody other than Hexwee. I mean, he is going to land it on a Hexwee. You know, anything, something. It looks like the dragon will be going down. Hexwee more than happy to take some damage for the team here so he can ensure that Zoob gets the dragon with his team. Lee Sin-Q's going to land. He's going to take it. We already know, ladies and gentlemen. He is so fed. Just going to be able to stand in the middle of everyone. He's taking a ton of damage, but watch. He's invincible. Just trust me. He'll never die. He'll never die. JZ Jack's going to go down to Hyperphania there. Once again, playing very consistently. Looking at almost 400 CS on Hyperphania. He's very, very fed. Almost full build at this time. Invincible. Able to ult in and get some value here onto Demonic Will Zonius to prevent himself from dying to tower. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be round 2, game 2, going over to Team Tryhards. We're looking at 30, 40-second death timers, and everyone on Ball and Cat 43 fans' side. Not going to be able to contest this one. Zoob can just tank the towers, I believe. They're going to come back and get the wave. Forever AFK trying his best to pull the wave back. Actually doing a really good job stalling them here. I don't think Zoob wants to tank too much. Let's see. Is this the end of the game? Is this the end of the game? Forever AFK just unable to go in, knowing he's going to get one shot. It's now or never, though. Going to go and try his best. Gets hit by the chain CC, and the Nexus will go down. The Nexus will go down. Ladies and gentlemen, another game for Team Tryhards. Once again, it's a best of 5. It's a best of 5. We still have multiple chances for the Ball and Cat fans to bring it back. We're happy to see the JZ Jax Katarina. We know he's good at the champion, and he did prove to be good at the champion, but a bit of an unlucky Baron fight, in addition to just, I don't know, Team Tryhard just performing out of their mind. Let's be real. Let's be real. I mean, look at the damage. They all did so much damage. Very, very well played to both teams. To both teams. All right. Bear with me for 1 second. I'll turn the music back on for you guys. It's time for the behind the scenes. I gotta rest my voice for a second. And we should be getting Caesar back in here pretty soon, so it's not just my voice you're hearing the whole time. Guys, we got a new emote. We got a new emote. It said share. It made me type that, I promise. Personal best. It's a dog getting a reward. We like that. We like that. Still completely lost, but good job, Hyper. We like to see it. Let me give you guys the rocks real quick. Five minutes on predictions. 5 minutes. Okay, we are already back in draft. We are already back in draft. I'm keeping the music on. I gotta step away for 1 second. Excuse me.
You stayed with me in the moments I felt most alone, until I didn't feel defeated. Without you, I would not be me. Without you, I'd never feel complete. It's the way I know you'll stay with me night and day. It's a lifetime of loving you.
Okay, I am back. Sorry for the delay. We're back in it. Once again, we're giving Zoob the Lee Sin. I don't... oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. Hang on. Hang on. We're picking the Lee Sin from Zoob. We switched sides this time. I totally forgot. Okay, so things have been shaken up a little bit already. Very, very interesting. Okay. So we're going to see that answer to the Lilia pick. I imagine Lee Sin is really good into Lilia, so I'm surprised about that one, but we know that Zoob is good on the Lilia as well. So it's coming down to comfort at this point. We are seeing Samira locked into Ashe and Rakan locked in to supplement the Samira. A very good combination with them. Very good all-in from Ball and Cat fans so far, which we have noticed they are really good at engage comps. So, excited to see how this might play out. We're seeing the Skarner picked from Team Tryhards. Imagining that's going to be a Skarner mid. Already have a ton of damage with the Lilia. So, this is another game where he's not really forced to pick something with really high DPS mid. Orianna bans coming through, understandably so. Seeing 3 bans for JZ Jax, 1 for Dying Game, and 1 for Demonic. The Kaelin coming through. Mundo banned again. Milio banned this time, looks like. Potentially. Maybe Ahri instead? This is one of those moments where we're looking at the matches and we're like, okay, I'm sure most of you are expecting, just due to the trend of the games, like, okay, Tryhard's going to win. We're going to get a nice 3 games out of the way. Stream will be over. I get to go play solo queue, right? But so many times in these tournaments have we seen a team just completely steamroll the other the first 2 games in the best of 5, and then a full reverse sweep comes out. So we're hoping for some action from Ball and Cat fans. We know they're a very talented team, and this is their chance to prove it. They will be eliminated if they don't win this game, but I do have faith in them. I do. Excuse me. A very high chance. We're seeing Kassadin locked in here. Very interesting. I like this idea. I think Kassadin generally is good into Lilia Ashe. Not great into Thresh, but you know, it is what it is. I don't know how good it is into Skarner in the mid to late game, but I know in laning phase, he's probably going to be just fine. Skarner does a lot of magic damage. We'll be able to negate some of that with his shield. And overall, just a lane where I don't think Skarner is going to be overly oppressive. So, should be a nice opportunity for Kassadin to scale. The Shyvana pick's definitely not what I was expecting, but we know it could be a very side lane heavy, threat here, especially if she goes AD.
Just say it, Sire. You're freaking me out.
Not great, buddy. Not great. What you mean? should be getting ready for the game here. Need to get everyone in.
For a week. Yeah. And his whole team knew to show up. On Friday, the event has always been on Friday since last week. No, it cannot be Saturday because I have real life stuff. My sister is having a baby shower. The tournament wasn't supposed to go this long. Yeah, since last week.
Okay, we should be starting.
And it's been posted. That's what I told them. Then they already messaged me.
Well, we do get to see the Hyperfania back on his Ash. We get to see, I think, the first time Lily in the tournament for Zoob. Invincible on the Skarner mid. Thresh from Tylon. And then Malphite in the top lane on Hexui. We have Forever AFK on Shyvana. Jay-Z Jax on Kassadin. We have Spartor on the Rakan. Demonic on Samira, which I believe to be one of his stronger picks. And Lee Sin for Dying Game TBH. Could be the last game, could be the halfway point. We really have no idea. All I know is we're about to play some Laudel because Caesar's still not here. He couldn't make it. He had a coaching session, which, by the way, I got to shout him out again. Caesar does coaching within the server. Contact him for free coaching. Yeah, it's that simple. Literally DM him. He will set you up for a free coaching session. It's beneficial to everyone. I don't care how high elo you are, how good you think you are. Rank 1 players get coached. Challenger players get coached all the time. It's a very helpful service. So check him out. He's a cool guy. I use him myself. Now, don't use my solo queue experience as a reference for Caesar's coaching because I have been getting dunked on in solo queue, but it's a personal skill issue. I got the info, I'm just not executing. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, shout out to Coach Caesar for casting the games and holding his coaching program. Cash in, you free coaching. Yesterday's champion was Nautilus. Let's guess Malphite. So they can go top and they're a melee champion. I'm going to say Akali. Alright. I think I might be the best Laudel player in existence. Not gonna lie. I've seen your future and it's got broken bones. See, I would expect Echo, but he goes back in time. I think Zillion also goes back in time. And I'm also realizing it's probably not that deep and it's just a random quote somebody says because they ran out of things to say. Tracer. That would be funny if they implemented Overwatch characters. They need an Overwatch duel, honestly. That would be cool. Any guessers? Any guessers for this Laudel? Because I actually have no idea. I've never heard this in my life. Fortune tellers? I do want to say Misfortune, though. Okay, Twisted Fate. Not Twisted Fate. Who is a fortune teller? I want to say it's like a Void champion. Malzahar. Nocturne's not Void, but close enough. Cho'Gath. Mundo. No, he doesn't have grammar that good. Vi? Jinx? Okay, we're getting the audio clue. I have to. Xerath. I'll guess Xerath before I do the clue. Okay.
I've seen your future, and it's got broken
It is
bones.
Echo. It is Echo. I knew the whole time. I'm telling you, I need to not doubt myself. This is the first champion I was going to guess. It's the first champion I was going to guess. Okay, this is Winwall. Or, yeah, so... I need to first time... Okay, I'm considering that last one a first time, not going to lie. I guess I didn't first time the first one. Okay, Vi. Lee Sin. Set. A Splash Heart. This is Azir. Rek'Sai. Okay, I don't know actually. Is that the Spooky Annie skin? I don't know. I'm gonna need some help for this one. Kaisa? I actually don't know. Oh, Shaco. Oh, Urgot and Maokai are guesses. Oh, Shaco. Yeah, it's just the base splash art. I never realized how purple the trees were. Anyways, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, will this be the final match? Or will Ball and Cat fans make their return? Let's find out. Okay, we're back at it. The oh so familiar fountain spawn. Both teams, I imagine, will be rolling out stacked as 5 in order to get some early game information. Demonic with a really cool Samira skin. A lot of people are hating on this skin, and I can kind of understand why, but look at this home guard animation. She looks like Renala, Queen of the Full Moon, or whatever her name is from the Elden Ring DLC. Very, very cool, and we love the pentakill animation, and we know that Demonic is going to be nice to us and give us a pentakill so we could see the animation on it. Demonic not going to go face check bot lane, but he might actually get hooked by Tylon here. Might be forced to flash. The sidestep is risky, but he S-keys it perfectly, and he's able to avoid the thresh hook. My chat had been bugged from game 1 was sad. I did have it on sub-only mode. Just to start, just to start. It's a long story. Anyways, Team Tryhards were able to get a ward on the red buff of Ball and Cat fans, and Ball and Cat fans were able to get a ward almost on the red buff. Homie didn't respond to my DM, I'm sad. Don't let him harass you into Overwatch gameplay, don't let him do it. No, I'm just kidding. We've been having fun with Overwatch, it's a good time. We will be doing events for that very, very soon as this tournament is over. He's already playing. When is the thing? We don't know yet. We don't know. We're looking at another cheese from Demonic and Spartor. Really looking to take these aggressive level 1 trades, but this is so risky for Demonic. But a nice tank from Spartor actually on the hook there. Hyperfania going to pop barrier to do his best to win the trade there. Demonic popping barrier potentially a little bit late there. Spartor getting absolutely bullied on his way back to safety, just due to Ashe's passive being so strong. And who's going to get the push here? I want to stay watching bot lane. Looks like mid might have a little bit of action as well, but I think this level 2 is pretty impactful here, and it does look like it's going to go over to Demonic and Spartor. Spartor somehow down on CS. I think maybe Demonic got a ward, but a very nice hook by Tylon lands. Spartor going to be able to flash into the back line and land onto Hyperfania. Will be first blood for Demonic. This is 2 kills for Demonic at the start of the game. It's scary. It's already scary, ladies and gentlemen. It's already scary. It's Samira, guys. It's Samira. You don't want her to get kills early. It's not good. It's very, very bad for you if Samira gets kills early, especially if that Samira is Demonic. Mid lane, I was lying about the fights. It's super boring, super plain. I mean, it's Skarner versus Cassidy. What do you expect? It's a wet noodle fight. Wow. Just such an amazing start for Ball and Cat fans already. Samir is one of your key players this game. I'm curious to see how Dying Game is able to perform on the Lee Sin here. Very smart to pick it away from Zoob. Especially because Zoob picked Lilia. Like I said, I imagine Lee Sin is pretty good into Lilia, so curious to see how this jungle matchup is going to go, knowing that Zoob is usually one of the shining players on Team Tryhards here. Invincible looking very, very low from some heavy trading from JZ Jax. Castan's not an early game champion, but that doesn't mean he does nothing. The snowball will connect, and a very nice E by Invincible will actually result in a kill on JZ Jax. He can't flash away. He's not allowed. He's still going to go down. Zoob still has flash. Invincible still has flash. Very well-placed snowball, and an actually insane E by by what's it called. And Demonic, I guess, is just taking over in the bot lane again with the help of Dying Game TBH. Tylon will survive to tell the tale, but Hyperfania is going to go down again. Good plays by both team. We have 3 kills on Samira, a bounty already. Does not have flash or barrier available. Barrier will be up soon, so probably will be able to protect that shutdown a little bit. And we have Zoob already rotating into the top lane here, understanding, hey, Shyvana's not really a champion. Maybe I make something happen here. The wave did not crash. They're not going to go for the dive. She's going to take the recall and be on her way. Demonic with a very, very nice wave state here. Going to be able to successfully just kind of stand where he's at and zone Hyperphania from getting the CS that's a little bit closer to his tower. And see if he's able to execute a nice, worthwhile freeze here. Is he going to get RNG'd by the tower? He's not. Is he going to tank the wave? He's not. He is. Such exciting League of Legends gameplay, counting minions. It's wonderful. Shyvana, not comfortable walking up in this state. They gave Hexweed the Malphite again, and he did pretty good in the laning phase last time, so it's very spooky. Really want to shift our attention to bot lane, but I don't want to miss anything mid lane either. Demonic just in a perfect position here. Has to respect the peel from Tylon, but he's level 5 against the level 3 and 4. Has the wave on his side. Hyperphania is finding it really, really hard to walk up here, knowing that they have such good engage on their own. And it looks like the freeze has finally been broken. Hyperphania will be able to breathe, but we're going to see if Lee Sin decides to path bot side and make something happen on this big crash that will be coming up in the next minute or so. Hawkshot going out, will not scout anyone. Demonic playing the slow push, very, very slow, understanding, hey, we got dive opportunities. It's possible, but at the same time, if they get the slow push into the middle of the lane here, they're creating openings for Invincible to roam down, and he's already halfway there alongside Zoob. Dying Game TBH is here for the counter gank. He shows himself, but they decide to go for it anyways. Invincible going to land the E onto Sparta. Invincible going to flash in order to get the ultimate onto Dying Game TBH. Will force the flash from Lee Sin in this case. Zoob going to get very, very low. Does not die to the Ignite due to the fact that he's able to level up. That's going to be a kill for Invincible. The snowball's going to go wide, but Hyperphania is not afraid. He's here with the autos. The auto gets canceled by the W from Rakan, but it doesn't matter. Why did it just put me back here? It's okay. And that's a shutdown for Hyperphania. Very, very happy to see that. Invincible is now turbo strong in laning phase, which Cassidy definitely doesn't want to see. A little bit of magic resist is going to go a long way in that lane. And we'll see if Jay-Z Jax is still going to be able to contest the lane as he was prior, now that Invincible is so ahead in gold. He has the Bomby Cinder. He has a little magic resist. What's a Cassidy supposed to do until he hits 16 at this point? Curious to see what Jay-Z Jax is building into as well on the Cassidy. We see a lot of Rod of Ages, but since he's lost popularity, I think Malignance first is becoming the move again, but we will see. Has the wave pushing into him, which is very nice. Should be able to survive a little bit. Doesn't want to damage the wave too much, but also doesn't want a full crash to happen. If he has to play off that slow push versus the Lilia, his Rift Walk won't save him if he gets hit by the Sleepy Dust. He's going to go to sleep. Invincible's going to slide through, and they're just simply going to one-shot him. Looks like potentially more action on the bot lane. We do have Zoob secure. Sorry, not Zoob. I'm so used to Zoob playing Lee Sin. We have Dying Game TBH securing the Void Grubs, something he's been very consistent on throughout this entire series. He's usually the first there. He plays for them almost every time, and he usually succeeds. Lots of hovering here, but not going to see any fighting from Ball and Cap hands. You have a strong early game jungler, but a very weak early game mid laner, especially compared to how fed Invincible is. I mean, if you're Jay-Z Jax in that situation, there's not really much you can do. You don't necessarily want to follow the roams, especially if you're not level 6 this early in the game, because you're just going to get stat diffed by everybody. Here's what's happening in the bot lane. Still playing out the slow push. Wave is pretty neutral now. Hyper's got this. I believe in him. I mean, he got a shutdown. He's been performing every single game so far, so it's going to be tough for him to play into that Samira, though. The wind wall from Samira, very, very good value into Ashe's ultimate. But, I mean, like I said, he got the shutdown, and he's performed so far. We know Demonic's an insane player, but you can't predict everything, right? Like, you can't wind wall the Thresh Hook. You can't avoid the Skarner E. You can't avoid the Lilia Snowball. You got one wind wall and a lot of decisions to make. We're looking at a potential 4-man bot lane. The wave is still pretty healthy, so I think they're just going to kind of path away here and use this as an opportunity to just take some space and priority over the dragon, get a little bit of vision down, and persuade Ball and Cat fans to just let them have it. Top lane, nothing too interesting happening. We are seeing Forever AFK with a CS lead. Not a huge one, but a CS lead at that. We know, like, I'm fairly confident once Shyvana hits a certain point in items, she'll just be able to kind of run over this Malphite. I just got a feeling. Sparta have been mostly AFK in this lane. I think just a little bit afraid to engage. Despite the lead they have, I think they want to get a full item on Samira first. Samira's not the strongest early game champion. She can be in the sense that she has a lot of mobility, a lot of options, but not a lot of damage, I'll say. The damage is nothing crazy in the early game, especially with that ultimate. I think you really need another point in it, or the Infinity Edge, or whatever Samira's building nowadays. Looks like she's going into Collector. But very slow match so far. Very, very slow match. I mean, I say that. There's, what, 7 kills at 10 minutes? But they all kind of happen at the same time. Hawkshot coming through. Probably going to get some vision on Dying Game TBH here. It will. Invincible looking for a play in the top side here. Will be able to E through the wall and potentially land onto Forever AFK here. Not much counterplay that Forever AFK has in that situation, especially running the Ghost and not the Flash. There's not really a lot you can do. You can't sidestep the Malphite ultimate. If you don't have Flash to flash out of it, you just got to eat it. Definitely would have preferred to see Flash Ghost on the Shyvana this game, but I think he can most definitely get value with the summoners that he has. I imagine bringing the TP just to ensure not missing any waves like this. I'm able to come back, get my CS, and just kind of scale to that point where I stat check everyone. When you're playing a stat check champion, such as Gwen, such as Shyvana, such as Camille, you definitely want to bring that teleport instead of the flash so you can make sure you're not missing too much. Not going to be going for a dive here, although it's very important that Tylon used the flay there. Could have potentially looked for an opportunity, but I think they understood that Zoob was nearby. By process of elimination. Not able to make a play mid. Yeah, Invincible has so much wave clear now. It's so hard for Kassadin to play the game. Like, it's nice for Kassadin because he'll be able to kind of farm some CS under his tower, but his tower's going to take so much damage in the process that it's only a matter of time before Team Tryhards just sends their bot mid and then takes the tower. He has nowhere to farm. He has to uncomfortably side lane against a lot of these really aggressive champions. Fortunately, Kassadin does have a flash on like a 4-second cooldown, but it can't always save you. Can't always save you. Forever AFK going to be ulting away from this situation. Very, very afraid to fight. Understandably so. There's a Lilia and a very fed Skarner. Looking for opportunities here. Looks like they will be picking up their second set of grubs. This is going to be 6 grubs for the Ball of Cat fans. I don't think we're going to see Team Tryhards contest this at all. Sparta going over to get the blast cone out of the way. Do you want to point out we're seeing Invincible build into the Fimbulwinter, which is awesome. Like I said, I think it's a very underrated item. Very good if your champion can use it effectively. He's just egoing the bot lane of Ball and Cat fans here. He's so tanky, but he has mostly magic resist. He does have to be a little bit respectful here. You take too much damage, you're just going to get dove. You have Lilia rotating inwards, going to look for a snowball over the wall, I believe. The ultimate will connect. It's going to be a free snowball onto Demonic, and Demonic's going to go down. No shutdown anymore. Hold up. He's getting a lot of damage in. The Asher is going to land onto Rakan. Zoob going to try his best to kite out of the situation, and they're both going to live at just 1 HP. They're so low. Tylon looking for a play, not able to make it happen. Does not want to use the flash to commit. JZ Jax going to use our flash in order to get in onto Zoob. Gets pushed away from Invincible and by Tylon. Not going to be able to pick up the kill onto Lilia due to the nature of the threat of the Thresh Hook. Doing a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. They're just so tanky. We have so much magic resist on the Skarner at this point. It's so hard for JZ Jax to do anything to him. Meanwhile, bot lane, we have Hyperphania getting 2 plates. Very good for him as well. He's coming back into the game, despite that little altercation that we had in the bot lane. Samira almost had it. True. And that's what I'm saying is like Demonic played it well. He did play it well, but his champion just doesn't quite have the damage yet in order to pop off in situations like that. I don't know what the exact power spike is for Samira. I would assume Collector IE is a pretty solid one. I don't know what other item she really goes, to be honest with you. I imagine it's like LDR afterwards. But definitely takes a little bit of time for her to come online. And she's got to rely on the mobility and outplay potential in the early game to actually get a lead, which he did properly. Very well played to Demonic this game. Finally being able to take down Hyperphania, who's proven to be performing every game. Demonic is performing most of the time as well, but Hyperphania's got a great team to back him up. Ball and Cat fans are great as well, but honestly, it just seems like tryhards have figured out compositions that work for them and pretty much perfected the playstyle. So. Sparta can look for an engage here. That's a lot of damage onto Demonic, though. We have the Blade of the Ruined King on Ashe, and Hyperphania's not to be underestimated here damage-wise. Dying Game TBH going to look for a play here. They're baiting a very nice engagement for the gank to happen. Demonic is going to go down to the tower, but the gold goes over to Tylon. Hyperphania is more than happy to continue trying to get some value onto Sparta here. The hook is going to connect by Tylon. A very nice play. Going to wait for the W to go through before the flay comes out, so that way he can ensure Sparta comes back in. Invincible going to be using teleport to get in on the action. Will be able to ult Dying Game TBH and give yet another kill to Hyperphania, who is now probably back in the lead. Let's look at the gold differences. Yeah, he's in the lead. Not by much, but by a very small amount. It matters, okay? It matters. And top lane's just top lane right now. The Bramble Vest on Maokai is probably getting a ton of value. I think we can actually see. Oh, he just bought it. Okay. Jay-Z Jax, once again, not really able to do anything in this lane. He's going against a tank. It's cool because he gets to farm. He's at like 9 CS a minute now. Looks like Zoo will be beginning the dragon here. Invincible just mashing in waves. So much wave clear on this tank champion. That's just broken. I'm not gonna lie. Just a little broken. And nothing happening now. Nothing happening. Invincible is honestly performing so well. True. I mean, he usually does. Invincible's a very good player. But this is definitely the best Skarner game we've seen from him by far. There were a couple times at the beginning of the tournament where he picked Skarner and had just quite a few issues with, I would say, mechanical performance, but we'll give him a break because I think Skarner has like really weird mechanics. They're very finicky. And I think part of what makes a good Skarner is being able to abuse those finicky mechanics. But as we saw by that early game mid play coming out from Invincible, he has perfected it, and he was just having an off day. Because that was clean. I've never seen a Skarner do like a full grab you 360 type situation without having to rotate and turn around, you know. Zoob going to drop the Herald over the wall. Will one-shot the mid tower pretty much if they're able to get a couple of auto attacks on it here. And it looks like Ball and Cat fans are just not going to have the tempo to respond in this situation. We have 4-man mid at 18 minutes. Super, super hard for Ball and Cat fans to do anything. They need to have people rotating over. And they actually don't think they meant to do that with the Rift Herald. Okay, they're sending it back around. It's coming through, but now the members of BCF are here. Are they going to be able to get any value? The lead lands the Q onto Invincible, but it's not going to result in anything. It's way too scary to go into that. Way too much peel. We're seeing a pretty heavy engage comp into several champions that are good for disengage. Lilia has her move speed. Invincible has his entire kit. Thresh has his entire kit. Hyperphania has pretty much his entire kit. All very, very good for disengage. So very hard for Ball and Cat fans to actually play this game out, unfortunately. But it's not over. It's most definitely not over. They have a Kassadin. Let's address the elephant in the room. Kassadin is not doing too bad on CS, all things considered. Levels, not doing too bad, all things considered. There's a very hype fight in the top lane. Oh, but it's going to go over to Hexui. It's a wet noodle situation. Sparta coming in to get the kill. The camera's messed up. He's going to land the ignite, but does the passive come back up on Malphite? It does not. He has to be out of combat, but it doesn't matter. He's got potions. He's got potions. He's going to survive the engagement from Sparta, but not Dying Game. Dying Game just takes these and runs with it. Will he get picked by Zoob here, though? Zoob is going to land the sleep. He's waiting for the teleport to come out just a little bit, doing tons of damage. The Ash Arrow is going to come through from Hyperfania, consistently landing these cross-map Ash Arrows. So much value on this pick. They picked it away the first time, and they had or the second game. They had a better time with it, but then they just gave it back to him. They said, let's pick the Lee Sin instead. I think one of them may have warranted a ban. Demonic going to try and turn this into an aggressive play for himself, but unfortunately does have to flash away. A nice engagement by Romeo. Demonic's going to get his ult off, but just not enough damage yet. He has no lifesteal either, so no way to really sustain through that situation outside of the Conqueror, and it just was not enough. Hyperfania's damage is too high. Hyper can't stop winning, true, honestly. I mean, he's winning. And we're going to be seeing a 20-minute Baron on spawn post-buffs. Post-Baron buffs. We're going to be seeing this come out from tryhards. And we're going to see Shyvana ult away just in case. And yeah, this Baron's just going to go over uncontested to Team Tryhards. We don't see Dying Game attempt the steal. It's really hard for him to attempt the steal because they're on blue side. He can't effectively walk up to the dragon without getting Q blocked. Forever AFK, of course, just going to get 4-man. No outplay potential there. Overall, just really, really good macro by Team Tryhards. And I do want to point out something I pointed out before, but in case some of you did not hear me. Excuse me, my throat's getting dry. I'm sure you can tell. One sec. Anyways, most teams... Okay, so every team has 2 tier 1 players. 2 tier 1 players. The 2 tier 1 players for Ball and Cap fans are Demonic and Jay-Z Jax. Then they have Sparta, who's tier 2, and then Dying Game, who's tier 2. Regardless, it's usually one of the ADCs is a tier 1. Thank you. Panda brought me a drink. Let's look at this fight real quick. See what's happening here. Cooldowns are coming out, but not getting a lot of value out of any of these cooldowns, not gonna lie. BCF's looking pretty healthy here, but we do have Malphite on the rotation over. Shyvana's rotating as well, but does not have Dragon Form available, so it's gonna be super hard for Ball and Cap fans to try and play this one out. It looks like Tryhards are just going to be able to take this dragon. Not going to see the steal attempt from Lee Sin on this one either. And there we go. That's another dragon for them. Oh, a very nice engagement by Rakan. Zoob in a very bad spot, but a very well-placed lantern by Tylon is going to save his life. In addition to the flash, Hyperfania is kiting. He's clicking the buttons. Cassidy got a shutdown. Another good knockup. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on, Demonic is smurfing it. Demonic and Jay-Z Jax are just completely performing this fight. Hang on. Someone kill the tower, please. Oh no, they didn't kill the tower in time. Invincible is invincible, and he's taking over the game. He is killing everyone with the AoE from Skarner. He gets a triple kill. It's unreal. He gets a quadra kill. Go for the penta right now, Invincible. Please. Please, you have to. I'm begging you. Go for the penta. You know he's there. Please. Okay, whatever. I don't think he knew he was there. It's fine. Anyways, I think one thing that separates Tryhards from a lot of other teams is Hyperfania, the team captain, made a note to pick his tier 1 picks as mid and jungle. And I think mid and jungle dictate a lot of the pace of the game. As we can see here, Invincible just completely popping off. They usually perform with each other or just play around each other in general. So having both your tier 1 picks have that much maneuverability around the map and have that much say on the game, I definitely think impacts the game quite a bit, because we see Jay-Z Jax in the mid lane. His jungle is not like low elo by any means. Dying Game is a really good player himself, but Zoob is just extremely confident in the jungle on a variety of different champions, especially with the fact that he is also going against another master tier mid like himself. It's just hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up. He still makes it happen sometimes, but... What is Shyvana cooking? We're looking at a Spear of Sojin and Navori Quick Blades angle. I've seen this build a couple times. Not doing horrible in the CS department by any means. Forever AFK is most definitely not a cosmetic addition to this team. He will be scaling. He will be doing damage, and he will be able to actually perform this game. I have a feeling. The build is definitely not something I see super often, but I have seen it. I think I see more of Leandries with Sojin, but Navori doesn't sound bad. Definitely doesn't sound bad. I don't know. I'm not a Shyvana player, so don't ask me. Can you show damage graph after game? Absolutely. Shyvana's on that Walter White cook. That must mean the build is good. Walter White was the best cook around. Okay, no plays right now. Ball and Cap fans really trying to drag this game out. Ashero's going to go wide, but Invincible's engage will not. He is literally invincible. Look at him. He just took 4 tower shots there or something. I don't know. And Rakan's just going to walk into the ultimate here. Lands a big charm, but it's not going to result in anything. No damage to follow up here. No AP on the Shyvana, so the nukes are not hitting in this case. However, we're looking at the clear win cons again for Team Ball and Cap fans. They have really good engage on their team with Rakan. They have really, really good team fight with the Samira and the Kassadin. We're looking at a 1v1 in the top lane. Kassadin versus a Rock. Who wins? So it's starting to look like Kassadin. He's running low on mana. It's very close. He's in the Malignant's Burn. Does he survive? He survives on 47 HP. He's going to try to TP out. The snowball is not going to hit. Oh my god. That was very close. A big brain play by JZ Jax to teleport out of that situation. Now that's a limit test if I've ever seen one. And what else are you going to do, right? I mean, they're about 6,000 gold down at the moment. It's time to do the limit test.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Hello.
Caesar, welcome back.
Thank you. Sorry about that situation. I'm good to go.
Sweet. We are mid-game. We're about 26 minutes in. We have Team Tryhards with a very big lead. Reborn, thank you very much, Sexy Shawarma, for the Prime sub. I greatly appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. Also, I have to call myself out here. Shawarma or Reborn, whichever you wish to call him, you can ask him what he prefers, made some really cool montage videos that I was supposed to upload like weeks ago, and I just haven't done it, so forgive me. I apologize. I will do that tonight. Every day I tell him I'll do it today, and then I get distracted and I forget. I've got ADHD. I'm sorry. Caesar, thank you for the Prime as well. I appreciate that.
My pleasure.
Your volume is a little low, just so you're aware, but we're looking at a trade here. We're actually going to see Ball and Cap fans pick up the Baron. That's a very nice objective bounty for them. But we will see Team Tryhards go for the Dragon, putting them 1 off of Soul. So it's very, very close. Caesar, I don't know if are you tuning in on the stream? Or
Yes,
are you
I'm
able
looking
to
at the stream
spectate?
right now.
Okay, perfect. I mean, you can tell me what you think so far just by looking at it. I know you're already pretty late into the game. That's going to be a nice kill from JZ Jax onto Hyperfania there, but we see a very fed Invincible here, but we see 2 very clear win conditions for Ball and Cap fans. They have a fed Samira. They have a Kassadin who's getting there. They were just able to pick up the Baron with the objective bounty. I'm curious to see how Tryhards is going to play this out. I definitely think Ball and Cap fans has a really good chance here to turn this game into at least 4 games. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got... I mean, getting Baron is just absolutely huge for them. Invincible is actually fully fed for whatever he's on his corner mid. That's kind of crazy. I just noticed that. he's just absolutely popping off on this corner mid. But yeah, Kassadin, he's level 16. Very scary stuff. Very scary stuff. And it's JC Jax. You got your best player on a level 16 champion. You're definitely worried.
Absolutely, and we have someone that you know very well, who is Sparter on the Rakan for Ball and Cap fans. He is a new addition for this game.
Yeah, so I did see that around. That's super. I think that's a great addition to kind of Ball and Cap fans' whole flow of the game here. I think it's definitely a good decision to put him on. Looks like he is having an okay game. I mean, you did say that Demon Nick is in a pretty decent spot as well. I do believe like Demon Nick did have a bit of a pop-up game a long time ago on Samira, right?
He did, yeah. I also want to point out what just happened. Demonic actually wind-walled the Lily asleep. If you weren't aware, guys in the chat, I'm sure you were, Caesar. But it's actually a wind-wallable ability. It is a projectile that shoots out whenever she activates her sleep. So that was very well timed. He actually took the flash away from Zoob, and we're looking at a full fight breaking out here. Oh, Demonic's ultimate going to get canceled by Tylon. Very well played. It's very close, though. JZ Jax and Demonic are actually popping off. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. BCF just smurfed that fight. They've been behind the whole game.
Is this going to be the end?
It might be. You might have just joined at the end of the game. I'm not going to lie, Caesar. As I said, the win conditions are clear, and they made it work.
So I did manage to get into the game right now, just because I was able to spectate. I think this is going to be the end. I think I just hopped in to see the Nexus explode. JZ Jack and Demonic as well just absolutely popped off that fight. It's crazy. Yeah, this is the end. Wow, what a game.
Yeah, that was a game indeed. I mean, we have so many leads on the side of tryhards here, but BCF, as I said, played to those win conditions very, very well. They just needed the pop-off fight for both the Kassadin and the Samira to perform. And here we are. Someone requested the damage charts. We can see them here. Forever AFK, doing some damage. Doing some damage with the Ratatouille build that you guys were claiming. I don't know, the build looks pretty fun. Looks pretty fun. I don't play Shyvana myself, but like I said, Forever AFK was not down and out that game. He definitely was putting in some work. Did you see the wind wall on the Lily R? I did. I called it out, don't worry. Very well played.
We are going to be getting a game number 4. Crazy.
We are, and rest in peace, my voice. I'm afraid we might see a reverse sweep here. I don't want to jinx anybody or anything, but this is how it always goes in the best of 5s. Some teams just need time to warm up, you know?
I'm happy that I didn't just come in to see the ending of Game 3 and then we were going to go. We get to watch an entire whole game, so that's exciting for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I got some behind the scenes real quick, but yeah, very, very good game. Very happy to see Ball and Cat's able to bring that one back. Not going to get 3-0'd today, and maybe they even have the reverse sweep.
Maybe that is always a possibility. Maybe Sparta was the best kind of fresher breath of fresh air that they needed to turn it around. But I mean, they did lose last game. I think the main kind of draft difference that I did see is the fact that Zoop wasn't on his Lee Sin. So maybe that is exactly what's made the difference. Because it's pretty much like the only thing that really changed, and Blanca fans was able to come out with the win. Obviously, the entire draft changed, right? One of the main pillars of Chargers did not get his exact main champion, so we'll see what adaptations he makes. It didn't exactly work, but he has a lot of other champions in his pool. This Skarner, that was really fed, but it ended up carrying. Obviously, Skarner just not in the best spot as he was before, and he's not really a champion that will carry with so much resources, right? So we'll see. It's really interesting to see what adaptations it will make in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, absolutely. We've noticed Ball and Cat fans have just started taking picks away one by one from Team Tryhards here. They took the Ashe the first time, and then this last game they took the Lee Sin, and it worked out for them. They had Zoob on Lilia. And, I mean, Tryhards definitely wasn't doing bad at all, but like I said, it was just kind of that pop-off moment that Samira and JZ Jax needed once Kassadin hit level 16. They were able to just output too much damage for Tryhards to deal with, so very well played to the win condition perfectly, and we like to see it. We are getting the side selection from everyone. We're gonna have Team Tryhards on blue side. Excuse me. Okay, we'll be able to get you in the lobby this time.
Just had to relog real quick. I'm logging in now.
No worries.
All right, I am here.
That RP number is it 69? Damn it, it's 69. Why you gotta call me out, Reborn? Eat shut. I hope that was worth the highlight my message redemption. Because I don't understand. I mean, I think I understand, but I'm gonna pretend like I don't. Okay. Everyone's got the draft links. Should be getting started very soon. And we have a series, Caesar. We have a series. It was
Love to
looking like
see
a
it.
3-0 at first. It definitely was, but Ballin' Cats brought it back. They found their stride. Now it's time to see, is it just because of the champions? Or did they actually find their stride and they're ready to start winning? I don't think this is a New Year's tournament anymore, maybe a mid-year. This is the Summer Showdown tournament.
But in your tags, you have New Year's tournaments still.
Oh, the tags are messed up. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. I actually had no idea. I forgot those existed. I'm not going to lie. Let's get Caesar in here.
You.
Perfect. So, I mean, we've gotten to this point where there are very key picks, I think, on each team that need to be addressed. Starting with Ballin' Cat fans, I think the Katarina needs to be addressed. He did pick Katarina in a game, and he did well, but the game did not end up turning up in their favor. The Hui needs to be taken care of, and apparently the Kassadin. Outside of that, we're looking at Zub on the Lee Sin. Definitely a champ that needs to be picked or banned. We're looking at Hyperphania on the Ashe as well. And the Malphite as well that we're seeing come out from Hexui has been a very, very good pick so far. Overall, just a great pick in solo queue and in competitive games. It just is what it is. So I wonder if they're going to stick to the same bans that we've seen pretty much the whole time and just try and pick these things away as time goes. Or if we just have random picks this time.
Yeah, and I think something that they definitely lacked last time around to deal with the Kassadin was they didn't really have too much CC. I believe they had a Lilia. What was it? Malphite. It was Skarner. I guess maybe they did. Not like super reliable. Well, I mean, Skarner felt like their only reliable CC. I think if they have enough CC, they can definitely. I think Kassadin is just too like very specific of a pick, right? Not a pick that you can exactly blind pick. Can definitely get countered very hard by certain compositions and certain even just lane matchups. But yeah, I did see a bit of the last game. I did see kind of Cav was definitely an issue. I know it's JZ Jax's main champion, so I mean Jax is just an issue. JZ Jax is just a problem, an issue that they have to deal with, and they have to decide what of his champions do they prefer to ban,
Looks like
or maybe
Kassadin.
they just leave it all open. It's like we will see a Kassadin ban.
The Hui and the Kassadin gone. We're seeing Lissandra taken away from Invincible. The Lee Sin finally getting a ban. Not going to be picking it this time as they don't have blue side. And Zub will consistently pick it first if he is on blue side, as we've noticed. But the Ashe, of course, the other champion that needed to be addressed. Can't address them all, especially when you're on red side. So Hyperphania will be taking that away, comfortably blind picking it, knowing he's going to do his job. He's been really, really popping off this series.
Yeah, I think Hyperfinia is definitely most consistent champion has been Ashe. Consistently been pumping out damage. I think specifically because you have a good jungler on your team, and being able to just give them permanent information with your volley, with your E, sorry, is just so important to the bird. We might see an Ivern pick here.
Oh, the Ivern was crazy in the last Ball and Cap fans game we saw. They drafted an amazing comp with it. The Neela already is great. Tristana would be great as well.
You could even just whip out the classic Ivern Katarina. It's very strong. Putting shields on Katarina all the time, she's able to go in, slow everyone down, and survive a little bit longer. Like, it's a super strong. I think Ivern's just such a good pick right now. Very consistent, very good. Funnily enough, like, Ivern's full clear is actually like 3 minutes and like 5 seconds, right? Very fast, very above average for any other jungler. Very solid pick overall, especially if you're on a matchup where maybe the jungle matchup might be a little difficult for dying game TBH here. He's like, okay, I'm Ivern, I don't need as many resources, I can kind of just run around. I can just put shields on everyone, just be a monster with Daisy and creating space for my team. And yeah, we do see Zoo is going to opt in for a Vi pick, interestingly enough.
Yeah, very interesting. I know that's one of his stronger champions as well, but he does have quite a champ ocean of junglers that he plays, typically being the more aggressive carry style, and we are going to see Ahri picked by Invincible again. Didn't, admittedly, as much as I love Invincible and want to gas him up, the last Ahri performance we saw was not the greatest, but we know he's good at Ahri. I faced his Ahri in solo queue, and I gotta say it's good. It is definitely good.
He has like a 1v1 clip that he always shows, right?
Yeah, he loves sharing that one. He loves sharing that one. Talia losing a 1v1, can you imagine? No, I'm just kidding. I'm not really salty, but no, he played it well. It was a hype 1v1. I instantly regretted taking that 1v1, and I'll never forget it, and I'll probably have nightmares about it, but well played to Invincible.
We do see a Braum pick coming out here. As we said, very solid pick in this tournament so far. I mean, overall, I'm just really liking Ballycuff as team comp here. It's just such a good composition. Ivern, Jinx, and Braum, like, it's already such a good start. Like, how are you going to kill Jinx when she has two... You got a really buff guy with a mustache and a tree just right next to her.
Sounds like never mind, I was gonna make a bad joke. Anyways, yeah, very consistent comp from BCF coming out so far. I like it as well.
We will see the Melee get banned here. We know that it's one of Thailand's kind of better champions for sure. He has shown some very crazy performances on Melee and Ashe Melee specifically. Like, Ashe gets so much range from the range that she already has, plus her passive on top of that. It's just a very good combination here. Try will opt in for a Narban.
Yeah, a solid pick from Forever AFK that we've seen has been the Gnar. Had a rough game on it, I remember, but then afterwards, every time he picked it, he just was pretty reliable. He had some really good ults and team fights. Was playing the laning phase pretty well, so banning out that comfort pick, especially when you know that your top laner, Hexui, has been doing pretty well generally, is a pretty good idea, I think. And the Yasuo ban, okay. Would be pretty good with this comp, I think. They do have setup from Braum, and does synergize pretty well with Ivern too.
You know, just picking, I guess Yasuo is really good into Ahri as well. Maybe he knows JC Jax plays him. I don't know how much JC Jax actually plays Yasuo, but if he's very scared of that counter pick possibility, I can definitely understand why the ban would be coming in here. And it will be a Katarina. I really hope it's a Katarina pick, because I think this would be an excellent pick in this competition. With Katarina and Jinx, you don't really need anything else.
Yeah, you really
and it will
don't.
be the Katarina pick. Wow.
And I think we're just going to see Malphite last pick by Ball and Cat fans. I wouldn't be surprised at all, especially banning out the Gnar. It helps him quite a bit. Just another really good, solid go button, some front line, some initiation for Ball and Cat fans are going to go a long way. The Cat, Jinx are going to be able to just kind of do whatever they want. I mean, it's hard for Jinx to play in Divide generally, but with how much peel she has on her team, it's going to be really tough for Vi to get in. Same thing against the Katarina. Pretty much all the CC we're seeing so far, except for this Mordekaiser pick, which is interesting. It's all skill shots, right? There's not a lot of point click to stop the Katarina, but now we have Blitzcrank Mordekaiser, so that's a really good answer into that, I believe.
Mordekaiser also just a kind of a difficult champ to blind pick. I guess they expect the Malphite pick, as you were saying. So it's like, you know what? I'm just gonna pick Mordekaiser and force you to pick a different champion.
There we
This is
go.
definitely hard, and it will be the Darius.
I imagine this is pretty Darius' favorite throughout the entire game. But I'm not.
I
a
think
top
it's
lane.
definitely dependent a bit on. I think definitely, obviously, Darius is extremely strong in the early game. There's only very few champions that can kind of contest him early. Some are like Set. Set can do a pretty decent job contesting him. Olaf can do a decent job contesting him as well. But like Mordekaiser's definitely going to struggle in the early game. I think Mordekaiser can definitely outscale him if he gets a bit of a lead. Gets going a bit. I think he definitely has a chance. But I think, yeah, Darius just has. If he gets a kill, if he gets snowball, it's just going to be impossible for Mordekaiser to ever play the game. I'm really liking Ballycat fans draft.
Me too. I think it's looking very solid for them, and it looks like they are on quite the right track in order to make this reverse sweep happen. So, I'm very excited to see what happens next. We're getting the lobby all fixed up here. Some very scary comps.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like the combination with Ivor and Katarina is just, in and of itself, is just so scary, especially if you have Katarina as kind of like the solo AP, in the sense, because Ivor does do a decent amount of AP damage as well. But having her being the main kind of AP damage dealer is going to be super important for, obviously, JZ Jags, who's pretty much their most important player. He definitely has all the tools to be able to carry this game. He's on this main champion. He has an Ivor right next to him to support him. Like, he just has everything, right? This is a great game for Ivor as well. I think Thailand is going to have a difficult time with Blitz. It is difficult to get a cook off when you have to worry about Daisy being in the front. You don't really want to hook a Darius. You don't really want to hook a Braum. You definitely... Katarina with E, it's just impossible. Very difficult for you to pick or to hook her as well. The only really kind of true target that you have is like an Ivor when he doesn't have Daisy, and obviously Demonic at all times. But it's difficult. It's definitely getting difficult for Town. And just like we said in the first game, he's definitely going to have to perform once again if they want to win the game. I think for tryhards here, it's all about the picks. All completely about the picks. I really don't think they will ever win 5v5 team fights.
Yeah, I can most definitely agree with that. Ivern just gets so much value in these situations, and we know how Jinx and Katarina can be. But fortunately for tryhards, a pick style composition is what they consistently run, and it's what they consistently perform on. So if they're able to take over enough in the early game, prevent some of these carries from snowballing, and just be very, very aware of everyone's map position, especially the Ivern and the Braum, they might be able to take over this game. But otherwise, like you said as well, I'm really enjoying the BCF comp here. And I think if everyone's at even skill level here, I think BCF just takes it away.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of kind of... again, JC Jax is like his main champion, so he has all the tools to carry the game. Tryhards, I'm definitely very worried for tryhards, especially because my boys are on that team. And yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to have a difficult time. It's just going to be up to execution. They have the burden of execution, that where they have to actually, perform and get some picks off to actually make this a successful draft. If they do not do that and they kind of default to like the classic just 5v5 with objectives, I think Ballycat fans definitely is going to have the edge, and I am definitely highly preferring their draft over Tryhard's draft here. We are going to hop into the spectator delay, so it will be 2 minutes and a half here before we get the game going.
Well, Caesar, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
As always, that is all we have to say, is we will have to see.
I got nothing to say. I've been yapping for so many games. I'm relaxing my voice for a moment, so we're just waiting. We're just waiting. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for the gifts and the subs. Really appreciate you guys. Helps support the tournaments. And then we have finals on Sunday, for those of you not aware. Sunday at 10:30 a.m. You guys set your alarms, okay? 10:30 CST in the morning. We will be running the finals, which will be Together We Rise versus either Tryhards or Ballycat fans.
Very exciting stuff for sure. Will this be the game where we find out who the finalists will be? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe we'll have a fifth game. Maybe this will be the last game. But at most, we will only have 2 more games left of this really, really fun matchup that has been built here. And yeah, I mean, we have a minute here left in the spectator delay before we get this game going. I can't wait.
Same here. I mean, it's so late. It's so late. I sound like an old man, but it's 10 o'clock here. It's 10:15. Not used to running tournament games this late, but I'm glad you guys are here with us. It's going to be a good time. Big respect to the players as well. I mean, some of them just got off work not too long ago when they have different time zones and everything. I know Zoob barely made it outside of work. Fortunately, we had some other delays that were not his doing, so it was very nice. Very nice. 30 seconds. Never mind. There we go. It accounts for the loading screen as well, which I like.
Well, baby. It's happening to the screen.
Alright, here we go. And now we're seeing the summoner spells. And the first one I notice is that we don't have flash on Katarina. I don't see that very often, actually. I do like to see Katarina's usually bring flash, despite how much mobility she has.
Yeah, just being able to add a whole nother it's kind of like, I guess, leaning on your strengths. You obviously do have a ton of dashes, right, with your W and your, not your W, sorry, your E and your Q. And obviously the resets maybe defense you will need flash, but I think flash can definitely come in handy. But JZ Jax is a Katarina expert, so I trust that he has a correct and smart thought process as to why. They know that they're low on inbid. We do see a situation here happening in River. Everything is getting warded. We do see Tryhard is going to be going in here, but they're going against a Broadlow 1 and an Ivern. Tylon will just go down here. First blood going over to Iron, and we'll keep going. They're going against a Jinx with resets and rockets, and the Brom Q is just so difficult for them to get any damage off. Zoo will be able to get stunned here at the end, and Tryhards are just running. It's a complete disaster for Tryhards here, and they're not quite over yet.
Wow.
What a level 1, and this is adaptation. I was waiting this entire tournament for Tryhards to get punished for this, and this is the first time that we've seen a team actually adapt. They've investigated. They used the history that this team has to actually punish the level 1 situation. And they know they have a Braum, they have an Ivern, they have a Darius, they have a Jinx with rockets who can reset and just completely pop off and do insane amount of damage. And they utilize that so well in this level 1 team, but really well played by Bolink offense.
Yeah, that kind of lead for BCF is just going to be absolutely massive. Worth noting that JZ Jax got kill participation on all 3. A damn shame he didn't start the Dark Seal, but regardless, that little bit of gold will add up. We see Darius, who's already an early game menace, starting with a kill. Will be late to lane, though, because he did not bring teleport. He actually misses no XP, I think. He missed no XP, by the way. So it doesn't even matter. He's just going to be extremely dominant in this lane. Ivern getting a kill, you know, it's whatever. I mean, champion skills like crazy. Just such a solid start for Ball and Cap fans. And JZ Jax already playing so aggressively against Invincible here. Able to proc that Electrocute. A nice trade back by Invincible. Not seeing a Doran Shield on the Katarina this go around.
Yeah, and we do kind of, maybe it starts to make sense why exactly JZ Jax decided to take Ignite.
We might see a solo go happening in mid lane.
Yeah.
Hold on, there's a fight happening in the
Or
top
top
side.
lane.
Forever FK is running Hexweed down, but he won't be able to get more auto attacks off. But really a nice trade coming in from Forever FK. And yeah, we did, one kind of important thing that we might have missed is Tylon did get a hook on Sparta at level 1 to get his flash. Wait a second here, we're getting a gank happening in the bot side of the map. The Q does land, both of the Qs land. Tylon will get stunned here. Sparta will block any possibility of Ash being able to auto attack, and they will have the kill go over to Demonic. Really nice start for Ball and Cup fans here.
Yeah, I mean, we're already looking at over a 2,000 gold lead before this third wave even crashes. We have Forever AFK building up a massive wave of his own. Wasn't able to secure the solo kill onto Hexweed earlier. Had no sums to follow up. I think he accidentally canceled his W auto, which is a shame, but regardless, he won't look for the dive here. Probably just going to look for a nice little reset. It should be fine. I do want to point out JZ Jax being so dominant in the mid lane here against Invincible. when I don't really think that's the kind of damage you'd expect coming out from a Katarina so early in the game. But he's getting tons of value here, for sure.
Really well played by JC Jax. So far, he's definitely playing this matchup pretty well. We do see a fight happening in the top side. Ooh, and that would be just a quick, free solo kill coming in from Forever FK. Hexui is in a lot of trouble with this Mordekaiser. But hold on, we do see a gank happening in the mid lane. JC Jax will go in, and he will just trade 1-for-1 under tower. And Zoo will not get a gank off. Not bad.
Wow. Wow, Ball and Cat fans are in their zone right now. They're completely taking over this game already. It's just begun. We're 2,000 gold ahead. It's absolutely crazy. And we know that Zoob is one of the star players of Team Tryhards here, but what can Zoob do when the game is falling apart before he can even clear his first few camps, right? Like, he just finished his full clear, and there's already 6 kills on Ball and Cat fan's side, 3 of which, of course, were from the level 1, but still, just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Don't want to see a gold lead on these champions for BCF. And another gank.
Yeah.
Coming through from Dying Game. Does a Q land? It does not.
Not exactly in range, and he will be able to just back off. So, yeah, you got some very scary snowballing champions. Katarina and Darius, some of the hardest snowballing champions in the game. They love gold. They love really accelerating the gold. So they're very happy with the current game states. We do see Dying Game TVH is spending a lot of time in the bottom side. But I do see that Iberfania and Thailand are very aware of this. Doesn't matter though, is this a situation where they know that Iber's here and it doesn't matter? Iberfania will look to flash away. A Dying Game TVH is going to be able to land the Q, going to shield Nick, and that's going to be another kill going over to Teammate Nick. Now sitting at 3 kills.
Wow, I mean the two players that can perform. I mean all of them perform, of course. You know.
Clean. Fight happening here in top lane. Looks like it's going to be another solo kill going over Forever AFK.
Wow, just as anticipated. Forever AFK, someone who I would say he's a good player. He plays team fights especially well, but he does tend to struggle in the laning phase a bit. But nah, give him the Darius, give him a good matchup, and he's going to take over. He's already forced the Bramble Vest first item for Mordekaiser, but it just hasn't mattered.
Give the guy a longer sword, give the guy a counter matchup, and he will absolutely snowball the lane. Super good stuff by Forever AFK to successfully execute. That we do see a gank happening in the mid lane. Dying Game TVH will put a shield and he will actually force Invincible to ult out. That means that JC Jax will have a window here where Ari Invincible will not have ultimate. He does have the opening to be able to kill him. Very disastrous situation here for Tryhards to begin the game.
Absolutely. And we see Dying Game, as per usual, going for these early grubs. He really prioritizes these grubs in the early game. And this game, I think it's pretty good. I think they're not really too stressed about the dragon. They have a really strong bot side. I'm talking over the top lane fight happening. It looks like Hexui has a chance to actually bring this back. Forever AFK, not going to be able to get off the Q. He has no mana. Maybe overstaying just a little bit. He had enough for a Sheen in his pocket, but maybe the wave state just didn't call for it. And he's going to get just completely taken down by Hexui. A very good shutdown for him, getting him back into the game. Will definitely help when it comes to dealing with the Katarina and the Jinx in these late game team fights.
Yeah, that is huge. For Tryhards here, the fact that Hexu was able to get that kill, that's a 500 gold shutdown. It looks like the gold, now he's still down 700 gold, so he's still down wide a bit. But regardless, I think Mordekaiser can definitely outscale the Darius eventually if he gets enough items. We do see that Iron is trying to invade the blue buff. Invincible coming in from behind. Dying Gauge might be in a bit of danger here. The charm does land. The ball breaker does land from by here. Dying Game CTVH finds him in a situation where he has to flash away, and he will come out alive with his life.
Could have been close. If they continued chasing that could have been a Katarina moment. I'm not going to lie. Already has the Alternator. Alternator, as you probably know, is one of the best mage items in the game right now. Or just AP items in the game. It has so much damage. Such a big spike for how early you can buy the item.
Yeah, it's not only just 45 AP, it's the fact that your passive also does 65 damage for free. So, really good stuff. She's definitely looking very scary right now. But yeah, looks like it's just 3 grubs to none right now. Zoom does have a pretty noticeable CS lead due to the fact that Dying Game TBH has just been spending a lot of time around lanes. We do see a bit of a fight happening in the bot lane, but no, it's just going to be Sparta smacking him a bit, Shield, showing his presence, and just backing off.
applying that pressure for sure. I think we're seeing the green Braum base skin chroma. Is that real? Or is that the Dragon Slayer Braum? I don't even know what base Braum
Yeah,
looks
that
like
is Dragon Slayer. We do see Dying Game TVH in this spot side of the map once again. Sparta is trying to bait out. He does connect onto two people. Thailand will find himself flashing out, and I think that will be enough for them to get away. Zub is coming down here to investigate to see what exactly is going on. When he sees that there's nothing, there is a ward there that spots him out, and he will just simply go back to farm.
Looks like BCF just gets to set up a free dragon here. Maybe Zub goes for the steal. We have seen him get steals quite often. Typically, though, it is on a Lee Sin. And as you already addressed, Lee Sin as one of the best steals in the game outside of maybe Nunu. Vi does not have the same capability, but she does have some damage to follow up with, unlike Ivern. So don't think he's going to go for it. It's just a little bit too risky. Going to go ahead and start his base and try and scale into some items so that he's an effective member of his team, actually able to put out a little bit of extra damage in these fights to negate the big lead that we're seeing from BCF. We do see Invincible rotating into the top lane onto Forever AFK. Forever AFK will just be committing, going for the 1v2 play. I don't think the Q quite connected there on both targets, so he doesn't get as big of a heal as he wanted. Not to mention, he's autoing someone with Bramble Vest there, so very nice roam by Invincible, able to secure that kill onto Darius.
Yeah, really nice roaming coming out for Invincible. I do like the fact that they're trying to make stuff happen. They're trying to do things around the map. They know they need to make some stuff happen if they want to win this game, because they're definitely in a situation where they do get outscaled. I think Balling Cat has a monstrous like him. We do see a dive possibly coming out on the bottom side of the map. Hexweet and Invincible both have TP. We'll see if they decide to invest them in this top lane. We do see Invincible TPing in. Thailand will go down. Sparta's still trying to kill more people. JC Jax going absolutely crazy. Gets a double kill and will end up getting a triple kill. Oh no. Oh no. JC Jax has now 4 kills on the board. I'm very worried for tryhards.
Yeah, I mean, off to such a rough start and just unfortunately not able to slow down the losses that you're going to get in pretty much all of your lanes whenever everyone starts to the lead. Yeah, no, the dive was very well played. And something I noticed in the previous game that JZ Jax played Katarina. I don't ever play Katarina, so I don't really know how it works, but I noticed that her ultimate was actually stacking Sejuani's E passive. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I just saw it happen bot lane with Braum's passive as well. So she can just kind of insta-stun anyone that's afflicted by Braum passive whenever she uses her ult. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what I just saw happen. And if so, that's some crazy synergy on those champions.
Yeah. I do believe Katarina's ult just procs just all out on hits in general. That's why you would see her also build Kraken Slayer and Blade of the Ruined King, because they're all procs those passives as well. We do see Invincible. It's going to be facing JC Jax here. He does so much damage now. The stun does goes off. It's such a clean kill. I think we're just going to see a 1v9 carry performance by JC Jax here, especially because he has a Ivory right next to him helping him do that.
Absolutely, and even if JZ Jax makes a mistake in one of these fights, I mean, they have Demonic on the Jinx as well, who is just so fed. We know she's the queen of resets as well. We got 2 amazing reset champions. JZ Jax just doesn't care about anything. He snowballed out of control, but is he... Oh, he got the Ignite off on a Zub. Is Zub going to go down is the question. Oh, he is. He is. That's a shutdown for Zub, but Katarina's still able to pick up another kill there.
Yeah, and... You know, despite that, Zub does get a pretty hefty shutdown there. We're looking at 700 gold. But, you know, gold is just not as powerful on Vi as it is on Katarina, right? So, how much does we do see an all-in happening in the bottom side of the map? Everything will land. Ooh, and the shutdown goes over to Thailand.
Oh, no. That's not what you want to see if you're tryhards. They can't confidently turn on Spartor either because they don't know where Invincible is at the time of him rotating over. Same with the Vi. Or, sorry. No, I all messed up. Ignore me. They didn't know where the Ivern was, is what I meant to say. It's game 4. The brain cells are depleting. It's 10:30. But we're watching some good games. That's all that matters. Bless you.
We do see an all-in happening in the top side of the map, and that was just a straight-up 1v1 that we just saw there, and Hexweet just won. he is just outscaling this matchup at this point. He might just win this matchup from now on, which is absolutely crazy because it'd be quite the comeback. For FK started with a longsword. He was like 2-0, like 2-0 and 2 at some point, right? With insane amount of kills, right? He does find himself struggling now. Looks like, I guess just that I'm also not super experienced with this matchup, so I guess this is just how it works. Mordekaiser just outskills theirs and just ends up destroying them with just a Thornmill Y. I think that was also just a very important item purchase. So maybe there is hope for tryhards. Oh, we do see a fight happening in the mid lane, but Zoob does not have ultimate. Katarina just has 20,000 escapes, so it's very difficult. We do see a flash coming in from Dying Games. The Q does land on Tylon here. He does try to flash away, but it will be a kill going in with a Sparta. Both flashes burn, and it resulted in a kill. Dying Game, that's not very nice. He just sent Daisy to suicide. Not very kind, but happens. Yes.
It's for the greater good. It's for the greater good. Poor Daisy. Yeah, I mean, you gotta mention that as well. I mean, Tryhards is playing against 6 champions, literally. Daisy is stronger than most of my top laners I get in solo queue.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's the funniest thing when Daisy just 1v1z, or when you see a Daisy 1v1 someone with the shield. It's just like you can't do anything about it. We do see JC Jax looking for a roam here. JC Jax is actually going to opt in to try to dive. No, he ends up eating away. Zoob is coming in here. Invincible. The charm will land. Really nice ult coming in from Zoob, but will it be enough? That's not exactly who you want to kill. JC Jax is the one that you have to kill. She does get the resets. Invincible is getting low, but Demon Jax is going absolutely crazy. Katarina is getting the resets, but Hyperfin will end up picking the kill. Demonic does flash in to try to end up picking up Katarina. He will in the end. He is tanking turret, so he does have to de-aggro for a bit here. We need Sparta to hit the turret.
Ooh.
Okay, nice, and it will be a triple kill. Going over to Demonic.
Fantastic. Super well played by BCF. I think there were some mistakes made there, especially with the Katarina ult being overzealously used under tower onto Hyperfania, but it didn't matter. He played the rest of the fight perfectly, so he will reap the benefits, especially with that gold lead he has. It's just so hard to address him. And yeah, I mean, Zoob couldn't do anything, Invincible couldn't do anything. Like, Sparta actually getting his passive off on so many people there. Definitely got to give a little bit of an MVP reward to Sparta here for how he was able to play that one.
Sparta has assisted in 15 out of the 18 kills so far this game.
Yeah, he's performing.
What a performance by him to just come in. He wasn't even ready for this game at all. He just... The Batman signal came out and he just showed up to really perform. So, really good job on him for sure. Reducey Soup is going to try to pick up the Herald situation here. Despite the situation that Tryhards is confronting here, I do like the fact that Hexway is in a very good spot. He's very fed, he's very crunchy one. He can't just always ult the Katarina or the Jinx in these team fights. We will see him actually participate in the team fight for the first time. Charm lands on Sparta. They do deal a lot of damage into him. Demonic tries to steal the Herald, but will not be successful. Really nice one coming in on the Katarina here. They will just one-shot her. Insane E by Hexway. He will get a quick double kill here, or assist in it at least. Really nice setup. He will get a huge shutdown on Jinx. What a comeback play by Tryhards here. Invisible, we did not see that charm. It's okay, no one saw it. Delete that part of the bot.
I actually blinked, so...
Yeah. We'll see the Herald coming down. Looks like Mintara will go down as well. What a playback, Hexway.
Yeah, it's not over for Tryhards. They're not going down without a fight, and Hexway said, hey, you forgot I got a lead. I'm here. I picked Mordekaiser because you picked Katarina. I know how this goes. And a fantastic hook by Tylon, I have to say. Onto the JZ Jax there. It's just perfect. It literally won them the team fight. He was able to silence Katarina before she could Shumpo away and just gets instantly deleted. Hexway walking in with a ton of damage. JZ Jack's going to try his best to get some value here. The charm is going to connect. He's going to get CC chained to death. He can't do anything in this situation. Going in before any cooldowns are utilized is not advised, and we're going to see Zoob clean this up. This is a massive throw by Balling Cats.
Wow. They literally have not recalled yet. Balling Cat fans died, recalled, came back, and died again.
Wow. Wow, that was not what you want to see for Ball and Cap fans. Feeling very, very comfortable after that victory last game and after the fantastic level 1 start. But it is a bit of a mental warfare situation, I feel. I think that was definitely a really big misplay by them, and I'm starting to wonder if they're just a little bit overzealous because not only did they win last game, but they started the game with 3 kills. on some already relatively oppressive lanes. It was very, very good for them. So they've definitely got to lock back in here if they want to take this to victory, because as we can see, Tryhards is not going down without a fight.
Yeah, I think the one thing that tryhards do have is they have some insane single target damage and CC follow-up. As we just saw with Talon, if he hits one hook, you get a Zuv Vi Ball Breaker, you get an Ari Charm, you get a Mordekaiser, what's it called? Let's see, Death's Grasp coming in. Gotta start learning the abilities.
Yeah, true,
and yeah, it's just like I kind of just noticed that even here when Tylon was just able to knock JZ Jax as soon as he was able to come in with the Power Fist, and just the follow-up that he has was just insane. They have so much burst and so much single target damage that if they just land any sort of CC on JZ Jax or Demonic, it's definitely looking very, very good for them.
Very curious to see how these next few minutes play out. We do have Baron coming up pretty soon. We've got bot lanes in the mid. We've got Invincible hovering the situation. We've got Forever AFK. Going to be going down to a gank most likely. Vi Ultimate will come through. They're going to have to bring him into the realm, I think. Just kidding. Forever AFK will go down, and Zoob will go down in the process. Baron is up. You definitely don't want your jungler dead, but I think it's pretty hard for BCF to play this one out, truthfully. They still have the Ash Arrow on their side. Oh, no, they don't. I'm lying.
It is a 1-for-1, but that kill on Darius will not change the matchup at all, and Hexweed does end up getting a kill on top of that, and really Zoob will only lose his red buff, so it's not a bad death in the end. Only loses red buff and, 300 gold, but the turret and the kill on Hexweed is definitely going to be completely worth it. Talon hook does go wide, and they will do a ton of damage. They will end up stunning him. R will come in. He gets very close to dying, but the Q from Ivory will land on Hyper Phoenix. He will try to flash away, but Daisy just going absolutely crazy. She's pissed that they send her off to suicide, and she's absolutely coming back, and she will... Oh, never mind. I think the Q just saved her, but Hexweed will be able to... A flash, really nice flash coming in from Demon, but you're against Mordekaiser, who's stuck in his realm. I don't think that's going to matter at all. Hexweed going absolutely crazy here. He just needs one more Q there to finish him off, and now... The Vollencap fans no longer have any sort of damage, but Forever FK coming in here to redeem himself, and he will get the shutdown. And who won? I guess Vollencap fans kind of ended up winning there in the end.
Yeah, I would say so. That's really good for Vollencap fans. Wow, Ivern is kind of broken. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of broken. I remember saying this last time, but wow, the shields were crazy. We saw Hyperphania get off like around 422 autos during that dive, and actually did no damage. He actually did nothing, because Ivern was just shielding all of it. We do see a very proactive Baron play by Tryhards here, trading for the Dragon on the bot side for Vollencap fans. This will put Vollencap fans on Soul Point, and we know that Soul has a great win rate, as you always mention, and especially when you've got really good scaling champions like the Jinx and like the Katarina. It could be a little bit spooky. We do see JZ Jax and Sparta contesting here. This is looking very, very scary for Team Tryhards. The teleport's going to be coming in from Hexweed. He's going to buy a little bit of time, but not much, but the hook's going to land on the Katarina. This is their team fight, ladies and gentlemen. Zoob is going to confirm the smite onto the Baron. He's going to land the ultimate onto Demonic. The two carries for BCF are dead. They're going to be able to take down Sparta here. Is Daisy going to 1v9 the fight? Let's find out. She's got 800 HP, but another fantastic hook by Tylon's going to connect. Dying Game is in the middle of everyone. He's going to go down as well, but the teleport is coming through from Katarina, so they're going to have to back off. Forever AFK walking up will force Tylon to flash away, and they're going to have to back off and give this mid tower anyways. They cannot give away these Barons. They cannot. Tylon has to live here. A good prediction charm and a very nice Q flash by Zoob in order to take down JZ Jax, getting greedy again, trying to go in before the cooldowns are used. And ladies and gentlemen, Tryhards are coming back into this game. The big worry on the table for me is not only JZ Jax being unable to be addressed in a team fight, but the fact that they have Soul Point coming up very, very soon, or just Soul in general coming up very soon for them. Curious to see how Tryhards is going to end up playing this one.
What a beautiful play by Tryhards there. I just gotta give him so much credit. Like, that's you immediately calling for the Baron right away as they're looking for the third dragon, because you know you can't contest it, and just all being on the same page, and Hexweed kind of just TP'd in. He did TP and then die, right? But like the whole coordination that they had there was just really advanced stuff that we're seeing here. It's just a great play. They immediately knew how to turn. Zoo immediately knew how to who exactly he needed to ult. Just like so well played decision making wise and mechanically as well. Tylon hitting some really key hooks here, and Tryhard is not backing down. They are not giving up here. We're having a very competitive, a very intense game here. We talked about Tryhards having the burden of execution, and boy, are they executing well.
Yeah, this is a crazy game, to say the least. An absolutely crazy game. As long as they keep JZ Jax in check like this, I think they have a really good chance. Demonic, definitely not counted out in this situation. He's very, very strong himself, but you're playing against two buttons that they can simply click on you and you can't play the game. And that is the Vi and the Mordekaiser. Very, very tough. I'm very interested at this play here. I'm pretty sure they all showed on the wave. I think that, yeah, I mean, obviously now they know because they're hitting the tower, but BCF's fully aware that the entire team of tryhards is bot lane. Katarina's coming down to match, but won't be able to do much. We do have Jinx getting excited on the tower kills here. I'm curious to see if this is actually worth the value here. They've got Zoob going for camps. They're going to be trading these middle turrets here. Doesn't look like that BCF's going to be able to go for inhib, and they do have to address a Baron push in the bot lane. I think this is fine for Ballin' Cats, to be honest, especially considering that they were able to like survive this Baron. If all you're trading is a couple of bot lane towers for the Baron, and then getting that tier 2 mid tower in the process, I don't think it's that bad for them.
Yeah, actually, a bit of a macro mistake here by tryhards. We traded 1 tower for 2 when we have the Baron. They are looking to do the Fnatic Bush cheese here. Will it work out? We do see JC Jax walking here in the bot side. Will the hook land?
And once
the
again,
cube Lawbreaker does land. Everything lands and they will be able to break it. Now they still have Baron. No, they no longer have Baron, so they're not really able to siege this tower. I think they are in a bit of trouble though. Everyone is collapsing and Zoo does find himself. He does end up canceling his recall. We're going to be looking at a 5v5 situation going on here. TP coming in from Invincible here. Zoo is just going absolutely crazy on Demonic here, where they just end up killing them all actually. Sparta does a really good job flashing the charm, but it won't be enough. He should be dying here very soon. Sparta actually doing a fantastic job drawing him away. I would have liked for them to just completely ignore this guy and just take the inhib for free, but not because they decided to chase Sparta. I don't think they're really going to be able to do much after it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the kills are good for them. It's very good for them to win the fight. They will be able to take the mid tower, but I definitely would have liked to see some more side lane pressure exerted there. It looks like they might still be able to take the mid tower. They don't have Vi ultimate available, but they do have Ashe ultimate. They do have Hexwee's ultimate if he's able to rotate onto JZ Jax here. But they do have to be afraid of JZ Jax just popping off. And, you know, there we go. He was able to get a kill in the process. He's still alive. He's still alive. He might even escape. And Darius is popping off as well. Zoob is now in a 1v1 with Forever AFK, and that's not one that he's going to win, especially with the assistance of a Jinx Rocket. And just as you said, I mean, they spent so much time chasing Sparta there. They overcommit for the mid play. They don't have Hexwee or any of their ultimates available that they previously had in order to adjust JZ Jax. And he simply pressed the QER button, and they exploded. They exploded.
They exploded indeed. Really good play by JC Jax to really kind of come back and save his team. The game really back and forth here, but as we said, and I said it every single game, the game is going to be decided in this upcoming Dragon. If Ballin' Cap fans find themselves taking this Dragon, which looks like they actually will, never mind. They literally have... Tryhards is literally dead. They're in gray screen. They have no opportunity to even contest this Dragon. This is going to make the game incredibly difficult for the Tryhards.
Yeah, I mean, with this Mountain Soul, if I'm not mistaken, please forgive me, I'm like the worst caster ever because I don't know what all the Dragon Souls do, like down to a T, but this is the one that gives you the out-of-combat shield, right? Yeah, they're all getting it now.
This is... Yes.
So, are they going to be able to kill JZ Jax even if they can continuously CCC combo him like they have been previously? Who knows? The shield might be that just a little bit of extra durability that he needs. A very nice Ashe arrow from Hyperfania is going to come through onto Forever AFK. He will go down. Everyone else from Ballin' Cat fans is going to be able to kite away here. JZ Jax potentially looking to make a play? No? Just dropping a word.
I wonder, I wish I had like a good kind of intuitive kind of percentage to say this, right? I have no idea. I'm just kind of speaking maybe nonsense here, but it does feel like everyone just gets like 20% tankier overall. With the shield and the resistances on top of it.
Yeah.
So like it's just very solid, and like the good thing about a Dragon Lamandric is like if you get Infernal Soul, well, if they don't hit you or they don't damage you, you're okay, right? But with Moundrian, like the value always will be gone because you just have to go through the shield to kill them, right? If you're not killing them, you're not advancing, right? We do see a variant play coming in from Tryhards here to capitalize off the pick on Forever AFK, and they will get the Dragon here. Sparta not able to steal the Dragon. And this is exactly how they should be playing the game. Get a pick, get an objective. Get a pick, get a turret. So really well played by Tryhards there, and despite the soul, who knows, maybe they are the first time in this entire tournament to win this in spite of that.
Well, we'll have to see. We will have to see. The soul going over is very, very scary. We're still looking at a gold lead on tryhards, which is pretty interesting. But I don't know. I think there's so much pressure for them to play the fights perfectly in order to prevent JZ Jackson Jinx from just JZ Jackson Demonic, excuse me, from just taking over these fights. Could be very, very tough. Ivern is extremely strong as well. So much peel, so much protection. Daisy just being an absolute nuisance in the backline does not help. We've seen some great hooks by Tylon, but we're going to have to see if he's able to keep it consistent here. Getting very good vision control already. We don't have Dragon coming up for another 4 minutes. But we do see a potential pick onto Demonic here, but JZ Jax looks like he could be in a position to do some work. Demonic is actually going to survive here with a lot of peeling from Daisy, and Ivern Zub is going to get completely exploded. Katarina moment, ladies and gentlemen. Hyperfania is doing his best to get the damage in. Hexwee's in the middle of everyone. He's just burning them all, but it's not going to be enough. Tylon is now alone, having to run away from Daisy and Jinx. Darius is running at lightning speed, and we're looking at 40-second death timers here, and Tylon's most definitely not going to be able to defend this on his own. I think Ball and Cat fans might just take the win here. They don't have a wave mid lane, but Spardor is very tanky. Spardor is very tanky. Maybe they could just tank the wave. Looks like they're going to rotate into the top side and try and get this wave in instead.
It's very close. It's very close.
Yeah, they won't be able to end.
Getting to a point where they're trying to tank. This is not a good idea. Tanking is just... like, you kind of underestimate how much easier it makes it to have minions. They will kind of tank and get some damage fast. Sparta will get pretty low because of this. And just look at the difference. Now that the wave is here, they just one-shot the tower, right? They do have 2 seconds. Looks like they will not be able to end. They will be able to get the inhibitor, but not quite the end here. Really nice Q happening, coming in from Invincible here. They are trying to kind of chase him down, but they're just too far away. Asher will land. Now Charmin is going to land on top of this. Who finds them flashing in here? They will just kill Demonic in the back end here, but they don't have Mordekaiser to deal with the Katarina. JC Jackson's going absolutely crazy. It's just a 2v4 situation. Will they be able to defend it? Really nice hook coming in from Tylon. Really well played so far. Mordekaiser is extremely tanky. His ult does come down. It's a 2v3 situation. Huxley's just going absolutely crazy, but it won't be enough. JC Jackson's going absolutely crazy with this Katarina. Doesn't kill all of them. And he's just the last man standing. It's just him.
He's got Lich Bane.
To win a game?
It is. He's got Lich Bane. It's over.
Lich Bane, Gnasher's Tooth, and some crazy clicking mechanics will be the end. Redemption just to put the cherry on top. And, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game 5.
Wow. Wow. Definitely. I mean, the reverse sweep is on the table. It is more so on the table than it ever has been. Ladies and gentlemen, Ball and Cap fans are showing up. Tryhards put up a hell of a fight that match, but JZ Jackson, the Katarina, just went absolutely crazy. Really, really good damage from Demonic as well. Even Forever AFK, like, wow. Wow. Fantastic matches. It doesn't get more competitive than this. We're on game 5, ladies and gentlemen. The tension is here. The tension is at the peak. Okay, let me get the stuff set up here. We're getting the sides. Silver Scrapes. I'll play the Silver Scrapes, don't worry. You know, I'll just play it now. Alright, we'll keep the Silver Scrapes playing, but the volume has to go down. We are in the next draft, ladies and gentlemen. Already seeing tryhards banning two of the most valuable picks from that last match, being the Ivern and the Katarina. Ivern, I gotta give props to Dying Game TBH. You know, some people think Ivern's like kind of a brainless champ. I disagree. Not all enchanters. Honestly, most enchanters are not as brainless as people make them out to be. Maybe you can argue Yumi, sure, but it does take some skill to play enchanters, and I think that Dying Game TBH played very, very well that game. Just so much value throughout the entire game. It was fantastic. We are seeing Ashe locked in. Of course, the first pick from Hyperfania. Just kidding. He's switching it up. I disagree with this pick. I'm not going to lie to you. I greatly disagree with this. I think Hyper is very consistent on the Ashe, and it's just so valuable in these team-based environments. I think if they left it up, you should just pick it. I understand the need, feeling the need to switch things up because your last game didn't go well, but I don't know. I like the Ashe a lot better here. I know he can perform on both, but I think Ashe just gets more value.
But you underestimate the fact that Hyperfania, he is the Sivir mastermind. He is the Sivir god.
Hey, I believe it.
He's getting the Silver Scrapes, Game 5 vibes. It's all coming down to this game. He's like, you know what? It's time. It's time to whip out the Sivir. I don't care. I'm going to carry this game.
We are seeing Hui on JZ Jax again. The Jinx Hui on two of the tier 1 players for BCF. Definitely some really, really good picks. They've both performed on them before, so we'll have to see how it goes, as I always say. But hey, Caesar has faith in the Sivir pick. I like the Ashe pick better, but if he believes, he believes. And we know that comfort is the way to go a lot of the times. Are we seeing a Zac top or a Zac jungle? I don't ever see Zoob playing something like Zac, so this is an interesting hover to me for sure.
This Hui pick is giving me a bit of PTSD from the last series we watched where JC Jax performed, but he lost 3 games. We will see the Bard, the legendary Bard from Attila. I know you love this pick.
I love it.
It's going to be some exciting stuff.
It's amazing. Bard is such a good champion, especially picked into an immobile mage like Hui. The roams are just really, really good. You know, you just walk up, auto Q him, or throw your ult at him, and Hui can't really do anything about it. He's forced to flash away, forced to use his Sphere on the closest target and hope he doesn't die in the process. We are seeing the Zac locked in as well. Once again, curious to see if this is top or jungle. I don't think Zoob would pick a tank in the jungle, not going to lie to you. I've seen the Sejuani, but not the Zac. I don't think I've ever seen the Zac.
I can see it. You're against a Jinx, you're against a Hui. The two main carries of Ball and Fence have no sorts of mobility. So if Zoob is just able to land a good E every single team fight, he can just completely carry the game just off of landing good E's in team fights.
This is true. This is true. I did definitely agree with that. I mean, running the Sivir Bard, curious to see where most of their damage is going to be coming from. We know Sivir chunks damage, but it does take some time for her to come online. Really curious to see what's picked in the mid lane here. We know Invincible's typically going to be playing a setup champion. And I'm not sure if he's going to be so confident in picking the Ahri this time. He knows he's not going to be against the Katarina, so Ahri's job becomes a little bit easier. The CC is not so telegraphed, slow skill shot wise, and it's not as easy for a Hui to dodge something like a charm. Is the point that I'm trying to get at?
Yes, I honestly have not been a fan at all of Invincible's Ari or the pick as a whole. If they ban it, I'm going to be surprised. I think we need Invincible on another pick. We need him on really anything. I think Liz Laundry is still up. But no, never mind. She was banned. So Invincible needs to find another pick that really works well with him. He doesn't have a choice either way because Ari did get banned in the end. The Lily ban tells me that Ballinka fans is not super sure if the Zac is going to go jungle or top quite yet. Neither are we. It could be a flex pick, but we do see Tryhards is going to ban Nocturne and Alistar. Interestingly enough, I guess they're worried about Alistar being able to just knock Zac away. But if that was the case, I'm probably a little bit more scared of Thresh. Maybe not. Maybe not, actually. Because Thresh actually has to sit in front of someone, be in the position to play. Alistar kind of just has to W.
Yeah, the point click is very reliable, but you do make a very good point. And I think Hui in general, surprisingly, as an immobile mage, is not terrible into Zac if he's able to predict when that Zac is coming in. Now, the team fights are a different story, of course. Hui wants to be using that E cooldown on something else, typically the claw ability that pulls everyone into the rift, etc. The trap is very, very good for that as well. But as far as laning phase goes, it's going to be hard to gank that way. But we'll see. We're seeing the Seraphine locked in here. Very good pick with Jinx. I mean, the BCF's comp is already just insane. Hui, Jinx, and Seraphine alone have so much synergy together, and it's so insanely explosive. Zoob on the Kindred.
I love
Definitely
it.
a Zac
I
top.
absolutely love it. Looks like we will see a Zac top or mid. Hey, we see a Zac mid. I don't know. Invincible has been pulling out some crazy picks in the mid lane, right? Could be mid.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what's going to be picked mid here. I really don't want to see him lock in the Poppy. I know he's so good at the Poppy here, but Mundo. Is Zac mid? Is that Zac mid? We saw Hex we play a Mundo earlier today, so I'm thinking it's a Zac mid. Huh. Okay. What are we going to answer that with? For top. What's Forever AFK going to pull out? Is it the Gnar? The Master Yi? No, it's the Volleybird top. I was confused. Now we have Dying Game TBH on his main pick, which is Master Yi in the jungle. And truthfully, I don't really like Master Yi into this comp. But once again, he is very, very comfortable on the champion. It is his main champion after all, so we'll see.
I know you said Jinx, Hui, Bolivar, Seraphine is already like a really good setup, and you might think I'm crazy, but I think I kind of like Tryhard's draft a little bit more this time around.
I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. Especially with that Master Yi pick. I think it throws things off quite a bit. I would have much rather had maybe a bit more utility or like reliable damage, but I just feel like it's so hard for Master Yi to play in these competitive environments. But once again, Dying Game is a Master Yi specialist, so if anyone can make it work, he can.
Yeah, I mean, we got. Just, man, what a game we have here.
Oh, could you hop to spectate real quick?
Yes. Let me go ahead and do so. There we go.
Perfect. All right, we should be getting started. Game 5. It's game 5.
It is now or never.
I don't think they're in order.
We are not in winner's bracket. There will be no second chance here. This is the end. These teams have already lost once before, and one of them has to lose again.
It's a bittersweet moment, but let's see.
Yep. The reality is that for there to be winners, there has to be losers. Fortunately, not everyone can win. Maybe fortunately, unfortunately, and fortunately. But yeah, I mean, this is the end. This is game 5. This is it. It's up to the teams to perform.
Okay, sorry, I had to double check something. I thought we may have had some lane swaps is the thing, which are totally allowed. You're allowed to swap lanes with people, but you have to ensure that you're in the proper order in the lobby. So that way the enemy team does have a chance to notice if you lane swapped, but you know, also if they're not paying attention, it's free. Good lane swaps. Anyways, everyone's on the right spot. It looks like we do have Zach mid. They only have Bard and Zach as CC for the E. This is true, but the thing about Master Yi is once you're committing, right? And they have Kindred ultimate. They have Dr. Mundo who can just slap them. I mean, just tons of DPS coming out from tryhards here, so I think it's really hard for the E to perform this game. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. Yeah, don't underestimate the Zach CC. This is true. This is very true.
If he lands the Q, he's gonna CC you for 3,000 years.
Pretty much.
The Q, and then the E, and then the R, and they're all knockups, by the way, so tenacity doesn't work. So yeah, there's definitely like a lot of CC that Zach provides. On top of that, I think he has like, for whatever reason, I think he has like a slow or something. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think his ultimate slows after the first knockup. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We're out here guessing.
Casters, this is the casters that you guys have.
Welcome to Ping 150. We love League of Legends, but you know, we make mistakes sometimes. Okay.
Played the game for 10 years and I don't know, Zach's ultimate slows.
I mean, geez, Caesar, there's only like 200 champions with 5 unique abilities. So.
I'm actually gonna look at them. Let's see. Or Zach bounces after the cast set with 3 bounces, then bounces 3 additional times each second over 3 seconds, during which he also gains movement speed and becomes unable to declare basic attacks and cast, obviously. Each bounce deals magic damage to enemies hit, knocks them up over 1 second, and slows them by 20% for the same duration. Okay.
Okay, nice.
So his R is a slow as well.
And did you say it scales? The slow scales with AP?
No, it's just 20% the entire time. Yeah.
Still, it's quite an ultimate when combined with Zach's kit. I will say, as you know, I've been playing a lot of Silas recently. Champ's fun. I'm really bad at him. I got turbo fed on my last solo queue game and couldn't carry. It was very disappointing. Anyways, taking Zach ult on Silas is actually so depressing. It feels terrible because you're locked into the Zach ult animation for the entire duration and you can't use any other abilities. So like you get the one knockup and the slow off, but like Silas, I don't know. He has other abilities to use. I guess the one thing if they're off cooldown, I think I'm just bad at Silas, but I'll tell you, it feels terrible. It feels terrible for me.
Yeah.
Or Belveth ult feels pretty bad too. That's another one I discovered because you hold on to that thing for a long time. And so you don't get your ult up for a very long time. It's kind of upsetting as well. You get a little bit of stats, attack speed. We know Silas loves attack speed. And yeah. Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, rough for sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not like when you take Rakonar, where you can just charm him and then cancel it and then just like deal to him. Actually, no, hold on. You don't have to cancel it. You can actually use your abilities while being in Rakonar.
Yeah.
So that's a beautiful all because of that. But yeah, Zach is definitely can be a bit of a struggle here. 15 seconds here before we get into the loading screen, and then be right into game 5.
I'm nervous, I'm not gonna lie. I'm very nervous.
Such an important match, the second most important match in the entire tournament. 2 teams that have put their all, they set outside time for this. They've been practicing, they've been setting out draft strategies, working hard to get to this moment, and it's all decided right now. That's it. These next 40 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes of this game, I don't think
Please
the game
don't.
will go off.
Please no. It's 11 o'clock.
15 minutes. Quick FFF 15. Yeah, it's just it's going to be decided in the next like half hour.
Yeah. Sounds like we are going into a pause, so perhaps a little longer than we anticipated, but as we know, 7 minutes of pause time for a best of 5 is how much you're allotted, and I find it hard to believe either team is going to utilize all 7 minutes considering this is the final match of the series. But we will be going into the sepia tone Summoner's Rift for a little while. And I'm going to sit back in my chair and soak in the glory of the potential reverse sweep by BCF. It's been intense. It's been very intense.
Very intense for sure. Game 5. Game 5. We've had some legendary Game 5s here in the Ping 150 tournament history. This is going to go in the records as well as another legendary Game 5.
It's the classic. I mean, Ping 150 is just the server of Game 5s.
Yeah, so many Game 5s. It's crazy, but we love it. We love it. We love it. We love it. It's a great time to watch these Game 5s. The intense. We'll see how this changes people's decision makings. They might be a little bit more nervous. They might be a little bit more slow. We might not see as many kills. It's completely normal. We will definitely. I don't think I've ever seen a Game 5 get stomped ever. They're always like really, really close. Even in like competitive games outside of Ping 150, obviously like LCLC called the normal league, so we have, not the we have, right, but the league has. I never see I don't think I can think of a Game 5 stomp. They're always very, very close, so I do respect the very competitive, very intense, very drawn out game that we're going to see here.
Ooh, I'm nervous. I'm not even playing it. I'm nervous. I don't know what to think. I don't know who's going to win. I think either team has a fantastic chance. I'm impressed with Ball and Cap fans and the way they've been able to bring it back. And, I mean, we tend to mention it when we get to Game 5, but not only how late it is currently in the day, how long they've been playing League of Legends, but the mental toll that these teams are having to deal with right now. Specifically, tryhards, after losing 2 games in a row with 2 very, very excellent games from the start. It's got to be really stressful for them. It's got to be really, really stressful, so we're going to see. We're going to see.
The stress, the anxiety, the sweat just dripping everywhere, even though you're sitting on your chair. It's crazy how intense these games can be. They really take a toll on your mental, and it comes down also to that. Can you be objective in your decision making, or will you let the situation of the game impact your decision making and make some emotional decisions? We've seen before. We definitely have seen some emotional decisions in the past. Yeah.
I agree. Why pause? It looks like Sparta DC'd, and I'm also hearing Jay-Z Jax is having microphone issues. Well, looking at the lanes now, even though we've had a million years to look at it already, we see Hexwe. I can't pronounce his name. It's weird. I always want to say Wexy, but that's not correct. Now we got the little pause that always occurs, or the little freeze that always occurs after the pause. Anyways. Oh no, I forgot to do the predictions. I'm literally doing a 1 or like a 30-second prediction right now. I'm doing it right now. Everyone in the chat, right now, you got 30 seconds. I don't want you guys getting info.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Anyways, the Zach Mid, a very interesting pick, but weirdly enough, not as much recently, but Zach Mid has always had like a turbo high win rate. Obviously, it's usually had a pretty low pick rate as well, but I don't know. Laning phase Zach is definitely really underrated, but we are seeing him play into a first strike way. We know first strike is decent now, I'd say. It was way overtuned at the start of this most recent like big patch they did. I guess you'd call that the mid-season patch. It was very, very strong then, but they did nerf it quite a bit. So we'll have to see what happens.
We will have to see. And we don't see any sort of level 1 shenanigans here. Everyone's just doing a classic 5-point system. We do see bot lane here is sitting on the 3rd bush. I do believe that Tryhard is aware of the situation. Tyler here is kind of walking around here. I believe they are very aware of this fact. That's why they're kind of spacing this out. They might have seen them go in. I wasn't super aware.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to bait the cooldowns here. They're not going to fall for it again.
Yeah. Regardless, Sparta will get some nice poke here. We have a interesting Enchanter versus Enchanter bot lane. I guess it's Sparta Enchanter. I guess not really, right? But what is he at? Weird class? He's just weird.
He's just a
weird champion. Just Bard.
He's
He
just a
has
Bard.
his own category of champion.
I do love the Bard pick. It's absolutely fantastic.
And I'm pretty sure Tylon like has. I mean, he's pulled out this before and just absolutely popped off. I mean, remember the legendary Min Invincible going in with Lysandra? That got started with Tylon Bard ult, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. I think he's a Bard main, if I'm not mistaken. Which I respect, like, so much. You have no idea. I've thought about becoming a Bard main at some point.
Maybe that's your calling. Maybe that's the league has been telling you this entire time. That's why the league is just making you struggle, so that you understand that Bard is your true calling.
I tell everyone that too. I feel like if you ever watch the Joe Rogan podcast and every guest he has on, he's like, "You ever tried DMT?" That's me. I'm like, "You ever tried Bard?" Bard's like DMT. It changes your life. Good champion. Oh,
First
I
blood
missed
coming
it.
over to Zoom in the mid lane. Zach Passive coming in a clutch. What a kill coming in by Zoom. That's the exact champion and person that you want the first blood to go to. Tryhard's off to a fantastic start in Invisible, making the Zach pick work.
We like to see it. I mean, I didn't see it. The stream didn't see it, but you saw it, and I'm glad you did because I was not paying attention at all. Invincible going to be able to sustain through this as well is very, very nice. Some trading in the bot lane happening. Seraphine versus Bard. Tylon throwing the autos at him. Fufuian is also praising the Bard pick as well. I think he's recently become a Bard main himself. I think it just happens to every man after a while. We're all just destined to become Bard mains. And they're contesting the crab here. Dying Game will be able to secure the smite onto it, but Tylon is here going to land a very nice Q. And Zoob actually might pick up another kill here. Does he have flash? He does not have flash available. Dying Game TBH is going to be able to slide on out of there. 4 members of Tryhards on the bot side attempting to make that work, but he does secure the crab and he can get out just by using the ghost. So I'd say it's an okay trade for him. It's not that bad. I don't think he needs the ghost anytime soon. He needs to get some CS going, but Zoob coming in for the invade. Not going to let him get this for free. And the smite comes through. He does get it with the last auto, and Dying Game TBH should not have taken that Q, ladies and gentlemen. Invincible is here with the priority. He's going to make Spartor and Dying Game TBH kiss. And they will path away.
What a start here by Zoob. He now has 2 kills, and he has his mark on the top grab. He should be able to very easily get that mark. 2 kills on a really good player, and on one of his best champions, and on a Kindred. Kindred just very good jungler right now. Very good jungler. Probably one of like the best kind of carry junglers that League of Legends as a game has to offer. Especially with the front line. He has a businessman. He has a lobby thing. It's just like he has every champion to front line for him, so he can carry the game. But yeah, really good start for Zoof here.
Yeah, I agree. I most definitely agree. It's looking good already for Team Tryhards, but once again, Ball and Cat fans, they do have a solid draft. If they're ever able to keep everyone, or like get everyone in a nice position for just some good synergy, a nice Seraphine ult that we know Sparta is capable of, some big DPS from Demonic and JZ Jax, a Dying Game sliding in when that Kindred ult goes down. There's a possibility, there's a dream, and I see the vision for both teams, but Zoob having this big of a lead, especially being able to get that mark in the jungle, is very, very big for him. Zoob has been perma-telling me, and the team in the tournament that I'm playing in, he's like, yeah, nah, like, Kindred's not been going well this season. I just don't think I'm performing on Kindred. And then he goes and performs on Kindred. Like, I don't know, what can I say? The man's a menace.
Whips him out in the game 5, right? So if that has been his mentality, or not his mentality, but his perception of this pick at this moment, what had to happen to this man for him to whip him out in the game 5?
He knows. I mean, like, Kindred's got a special place in his heart if he's going to pick it in this game 5. The game that matters more than anything else.
Yes, he knows, like, he can't be mad at Kindred for so long.
Oh, we saw the misclick from JZ Jax. That looks like Neon Hui. He threw his ult at the Raptors on accident. That's the unfortunate thing about Hui. You have to use your R to cancel the spellbook that you open if you change your mind. And so if you accidentally double tap it, then you're kind of screwed. It is what it is. There was also a bug with, I think, like, warding. If you warded while you had a spellbook open, then it would close your spellbook, but the animation wouldn't match the fact that you closed the spellbook, so you'd press R and just throw your ult. Very sad.
Yeah, it's like we... I'm gonna glitch, I guess. Here, Because, yeah, I mean, we even saw, I think, in the Zuv invade and blue, we did see Zuv auto attack award here, so we do see a bit of mechanical mishaps here and there. The nerves definitely get to you in game 5. But regardless of that situation, I mean, Tryhard is very happy about that. Invincible seems to be doing just fine. He might have found the balance. Like, maybe Invincible might have found his pick. He's like, I like playing tanks in the mid lane. But we need AP. And we need something that, you know, can also perform.
Absolutely.
They got Zach.
We do see Dying Game going for the Void Grubs as always, but this first dragon, an
Mid lane.
Infernal Dragon going over. It's big. Yeah, in a big fight mid lane. I'm glad you caught that. Almost missed it. JZ Jack's going to be able to live on a sliver of health. No HP, no teleport. Let's see if he greets for this wave. I mean, Kindred just got Dragon, and he's aware that JZ Jax wants this wave. Does not want to give it up for free. Will be using the fear on Invincible. Is Zoob going to be able to pick up the kill? He's not. The wolf is going to tickle him, but it's not enough.
You barely didn't have flash, otherwise it would have been an absolutely free kill. But yeah, Invincible performing. Like, is this Invincible on Zac, or is it Caps? I know Caps is like the only other one that whipped out Zac. Faker picked Zac once, I think in MSI it was a complete tragedy. But Caps definitely performed on him very, very well. And yeah, I mean, just he's off to a good start, and I think having Invincible in this comfortable utility champion situation in the lead is super, super good news for Cousins.
Absolutely, and it's funny you bring up Caps too, because I actually think back, I can't remember what series it was. It might have even been Worlds, or maybe it was just MSI, but the classic Caps Vayne mid. He's talking to Broxa, and he's like, pick me Vayne mid. And Broxa's like, is it going to win us the game? And he said yes, and then he won them the game. And it was legendary. And that leads me to like wonder how many of these teams actually have pre-planned this, like, okay, we have our comps we run, we know what we're comfortable with, what are we bringing out if we're in a game 5 situation? And in Tryhard's case, it looks like it's the Zac Kindred.
And the Sivir. Don't forget the Sivir.
And the Sivir. We've seen Hyper play Sivir before. He does perform. And of course, we got Tylon on the comfort pick as well. I mean, the comfort pick bot lane seems to be doing pretty well. They're matching in CS here, so it's very, very good for them. Definitely want Sivir to be scaling nice and slow here.
Yeah, I believe the match you're talking about, he was against a Galio. He's a counter pick to a Galio mid.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Makes more sense. But didn't he like feed the whole game and then just randomly smurf at the end? I think that's what I remember what happened. Yeah.
I don't remember, but I do remember him pulling. I do remember that it was against a Galio. But
Rat says it was an EULCS game, but
EULCS a long time ago. Yeah, we're talking about Broxa. That was back when Caps was in Fnatic.
yeah, I think that was like season 5 or 6 when this happened, if I remember correctly. Quite a while ago.
Yep.
If you can believe it. Season 5 feels like yesterday, but we're on like season, what, like 12 or 13 now?
14.
14, my god.
What, it's like season 7? It's only been like 2 seasons, right?
Yeah, right. Last champ that came out, it was Kled. I remember. I still see some of these champions like Silas and Kled. I'm like, oh yeah, new champ. New champ. Okay, Zoob
Yeah,
coming
this
in with a
champ
nice
came out
tank onto JZ Jax here. Invincible gonna make him kiss the minion. Zoob getting the E off will take down JZ Jax. He has no flash. The Bard ult comes through, but Forever AFK will answer with an ultimate of his own in order to prevent getting CC there. Invincible in a very scary spot, having to face Dying Game, TBH head on, and the Volley Bear, but he's gonna live. Zac, ladies and gentlemen, with the regen. Hyperphania with the roam mid is fantastic. It's big. What can I say? It's big. Tryhards is showing up. Zoob on the Kindred. He's look at his score. He's terrible at this champion. Oh my! And Invincible. What am I watching? And the passive. He's fine.
And Zoop picked up another kill.
Oh, and Invincible lives. Zoob picks up another kill. He's ready to 1v9 the game. Him and Invincible, just the dynamic duo to go through here.
If I was together with Rise here, I'd be writing some notes down and definitely thinking about a possibility of a Zac ban, because it's Invincible's kind of absolutely popping off on this pick.
He really
The fact
is.
that he's winning lane, you know, with Zac mid is kind of crazy.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And it's scary too because, like, yeah, Invincible's a tier 1 pick. You should definitely expect to spend some bans on him. But now you got to spend some bans on Zoob. You got to spend some bans on Hyper, in my opinion, for the Ashe pick. We know the Bard pick is oppressive too. How many of Invincible's champs are you going to ban? You're going to ban the Poppy, the Lissandra, and the Zac. He performs on all of them. We're going to see the flash from JZ Jax come out, and he's just going to go down anyways. Again, Hwei without flash, really, really hard to play into this. Such a good setup in the mid lane. And I do think the mid lane Zac is... Oh, Zoob getting engaged on here. I think he accidentally queued into the wall. He will be forced to flash in this situation. Dying game TBH going to be able to get away with 1 HP. The Jinx rocket comes through and actually shuts down. Oh god. Oh no, the Bard ult is big though. The book comes through. The businessman is taking his notes. Forever AFK in a 1v3 situation. Sparter is roaming up to the top side. We're going to see Tylon apply the autos here, waiting for this meep to spawn. He will be able to get the slow off here, and it looks like they're going to be able to chase Sparter down before following up and trying to retaliate on this play. His ultimate comes through. He's making him kiss. Ladies and gentlemen, Invincible is popping off.
Invincible is having the game of his life right now with this Zac. Absolutely popping off, and this is his first time in the entire tournament picking it. I just wonder what the preparation was. What was the whole thought process behind this pick? These game 5s, they really make you pull off some crazy stuff, and Invincible's just, it's very impressive what he's doing here. You know, I talked about, I don't know, I forgot what I talked about, but Zoo will be able to pick up these Void Grubs here. Really, really well played by them. They will even out the Void Grub score, and we do still have Dragon up on the table. And I think Tryhard should be able to comfortably get that as well. I mean, Hexwee is having a great time in the top lane. Invincible obviously having a fantastic time in the mid lane. And bot lane is also doing just fine. Tylon just like absolutely performing. That Bard ult on that top turret was just really, really, really smart.
Yeah, no, Tylon. I mean, everyone's performing right now on Team Tryhards. If I'm BCF, I'm afraid. I think BCF still has a chance. They have a really, really good, like, explosive comp, like I said. And I definitely see why you were favoring the Tryhards comp here, especially with Zoob coming out with this insane performance on the Kindred. Able to make a lot of stuff happen with Invincible here. I don't know, it's just crazy. We have Hexwee on the Mundo again, winning lane, as we saw last time. He's already got the Warmogs. Mundo come online. I don't know, I tried to say it like he did, but it's late and I'm hitting the delusional state. But it probably makes for a more entertaining stream. We're looking for a potential gank from Tylon here. JZ Jack's gonna back off of the wave, probably knowing it's coming after that vision plant gets procced there. We have Zoob in the top side, while Demonic, Dying Game, and Sparta will be securing the dragon here. We're just gonna try and expand our lead through the top side here. Probably be able to pick up multiple towers. I don't think that the Volibear is going to be able to hold down 3 people. We do see the reset come down from Tylon. Curious to see what we do here. What are we doing here? I don't think they get any value mid. I don't think they get any value bot. The Silver Wave clear is too good. They're going to have to send someone else top to address this, I think.
Looks like Sparta is coming over to help defend, but by the time he arrives here, they will already have left. So there's no need for any sort of defense. Invincible is hovering down in the bottom jungle to defend Zoob's camps. We might see a fight here. This is a 3v1 situation happening here, and Dying Game TVH will go down and he will die. And he will be seeing a gray screen for the next 20 seconds still. And Demonic is in a lot of trouble here. Sparta doing his best to come around to help Demonic escape, and he will be successful in doing so. We do see that this is another mark for Kindred. He is at, well, this is correct.
They're walking back under tower here with Bartelt available. Demonic running away just a little bit too late. A very nice Seraphine ult will come through to peel, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. Sparta going to take one for the team and die for his ADC, but the Bartelt is going to come through, and Zoob will come in and secure the kill onto Demonic here as well. Caesar, I think it might be GG. I think we jinxed it. We said we haven't seen a game 5 stomp, but I mean, what are we looking at right now? This is a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I literally said that I don't think I'd ever seen a game 5 stomp, and this might be the first. You're completely right on that end. This is definitely looking like a stomp. I mean, we're looking at a 7k gold lead at 15 minutes, so just really well played by Tryhards all around. Everyone's just on their picks. Hyperphania on a good pick, Zoob on his pick, Tylon on his pick, right? Hexwee, I don't know what, obviously he's a new player coming into the server. We're not super sure We're barely getting to know him a little bit, but definitely he had a crazy Mundo game 1. So he's also like gonna pick that has worked, right? Invincible is the only kind of anomaly that whipped out a Zac and just is absolutely destroying. So yeah, I mean, they're in a really comfortable spot. Tryhards.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. It's a shame too to see JZ Jax be able to get the Hwei. I mean, I don't put too much of the blame on him here. It's a weird matchup. Anytime I have to go against something non-traditional mid, I make stupid mistakes. And I'm not saying Jax is doing the same thing, but it's definitely weird. It brings you out of your comfort zone a lot, especially if you already have a lot of games on Hwei, you're familiar with your matchups and you know how to play them. And then Invincible picks Zac mid. I mean, what do? The Q's gonna go wide, but Tylon's is not. He's gonna demolish Demonic with the Q there. Invincible doing 1,000,000 damage, gonna tank as many tower shots as he wants. He is invincible after all. Oh, he's not able to proc the passive there. JZ Jax is able to rotate into this fight as well. Meanwhile, Tryhards is getting some value in the mid lane, but that's going to be a shutdown for JZ Jax, and that's definitely what you want to see on Hwei, who has such strong early game power. The Hwei ultimate will connect. We have Magical Journey coming up in about 3 seconds. Kindred is here to try and get some value in this situation, but it's looking very scary for him. Zoob is going to go down. He's going to be giving another shutdown to the Master Yi. JZ Jax kiting this out very, very nicely. Will be able to secure a kill onto Tylon as well, and Hyperfania is just going to hit the towers.
The Cassacre is just too broken. We have too much power switches. We talked about a stomp, and all of a sudden, the Wallenka fans are starting to come back into this game. They got every single shutdown that was available to him, and they kind of take a breath of fresh air here and having hope. They have hope.
They do. I mean, especially with the 2 carries, or 2 of the carries getting shutdowns, definitely makes a really, really big difference on how this game is going to go out. They're still about 6,000 gold lead down, but that being said, I still think they can manage to make something happen. They have quite the wombo combo.
They definitely do have a... If Sparta pulls a really good Seraphine ult, plus a really good Hwei ult, plus some just good target selection from Volibear. And hold on, we see a fight happening in the top lane. Invincible landing his E.
Oh.
He's trying to go for the all-in flash, is not quite in range. Hwei's speed up is just too much for him to ever land, and he will get away with this life.
And JZ Jax gets to hold his flash there too, which is pretty nice.
And we know how important this flash situation is for JC Jax on this way. We do see dragons gonna come here. That we are in the mid game, so dragons do start becoming a lot more important. Every fight is pretty much, every dragon's pretty much fought at this point. We do see Zoo looking for a fight here. He will take a lot of poke coming from JC Jax. He is looking to ult Tylon here. Meanwhile, we do have a 1v1 situation happening between the 2 top laners. Invincible and Hyper trying to get to this fight. Corey finds himself needing to flash out, but Forever FK might have gone a little bit too deep. He will go down in this fight. Talon does go in. Really nice 2-man ult coming in from Sparta here, but it's just too late. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have a way to get away, and he will go down. Really nice team fighting coming in from Tryhards. What a play, but that seemed a lot closer than the gold shows.
Yeah, I think the gold difference is what won them that fight. I think if they were just a little bit less ahead, there's a really good chance that Ballencat fans are able to pull that out, especially with the Hwei damage coming through. He's already got the death cap now. If he's just a little bit stronger, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, we've seen JC Jax perform on this way before, and Tryhards, I think they are doing some really good job with the Barons here. They're looking to rush them. They will stun Master Yi here, and they will pretty much just absolutely destroy him and kill him while Hyperfane is just alone on the Baron tanking it. That will mean that they have no way of ever stealing the Baron, and it should be a free Baron going over to Tryhards. Whoever's calling these Barons for Tryhards is doing a fantastic job. I think they just got so much Baron, maybe 80-90% of the Barons. Maybe they got all Barons.
Yeah, they're really confident in how fast they can take Barons at what stage of the game. I really appreciate about this team.
Yeah, so really played from them on that end. We do see us, JC Jax is kind of stuck in a weird spot, but looks like Hexley will not decide to kind of go for JC Jax. I think that was a bit of a wait, and hold on, it's not over quite yet. They are looking for him.
They're not checking. Oh, there they go.
He's in the bushes, he's in the bushes. Ooh, and JC Jax will die. Play had his ache, and they found him.
Yep, and that is a lot of time for Tryhards here. You're going to be able to easily take this dragon over.
Invincible powering his elastic slingshot here will land the Q. Will be able to put some CC down on Demonic.
and not much more will happen, just the turrets. And funnily enough, we find ourselves with Zoo, who actually has 11 stacks. 11
Wow.
stacks.
Oh
That
my
is a
gosh.
crazy amount. For every 3 marks, he gets 25 attack range. So far he has 50. Once he gets one more mark, no, hold on. Yes, 75. Once he gets one more mark, he will have an entire 100 extra range. Currently has additional, 55% attack speed from his W. There's so much more damage that he's going to be doing. I mean, sometimes people forget that Kindred does have infinite scaling, kind of like Nasus. Obviously not as simple as just farming minions, but he just gets stronger and stronger the more marks he has, and the longer this game goes.
Bit of a lull state now. The Baron has been acquired. We're going to be seeing some sieges. Sieges are very strong with the Sivir for sure. Excellent wave clear, and Zach can kind of just hang around and look for an engage. Kendrick can follow up with it. Very, very good position for Team Tryhards here.
Yep, then you got Baron there looking to kind of siege. They do only have one turret left kind of standing outside the base to take. Hopefully that will be their next step here. Looks like they are just trying to look to siege the inhibitor turrets, which will be very difficult to kind of siege this in their base. Hexui has 82 stacks on his Arsenal. His auto attacks will start to hurt, but we do see an electrocution happening in the top lane. Ibis will miss his electric slingshot for FFK. Will try to ult out to get away, but it won't be enough. The last slingshot won't last this time around. He is trying to run away. Gunda will throw a book at him and slow him down. Wants him to get back. Some bills he has to pay, and he will pay with his life.
Oh boy. We're in for quite a game, ladies and gentlemen. Looking very, very favored for Team Tryhards right now. They're finally going to be able to execute some kind of siege here. It looks like they're going to opt to go for the top side. But the engage they have is really, really good with Invincible and Tylon. Tylon being able to ult any of these towers at any point to pick anyone that's not too close to it is going to be very, very good. An incredible engage by Zach. Invincible, gonna flash in, make him kiss a nice Bartle onto the Seraphine. Not gonna be able to get the ult off until too late in the fight. Demonic trying his best to do the damage, but Hexui is just running in. He's Dr. Mundo, ladies and gentlemen. This champ's getting nerfed for a reason. And they're able to take the tower, and I think they just take the game here. We're on 30-second respawn timers for the damage on Ball and Cap fans. And guys, we made it to game 5. Forever AFK coming in, trying to do the best he can. He flashed away and got pulled by something. I don't know, that was kind of confusing, but he got instantly deleted. The Kindred is just far too fed. And ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, would you consider this a stomp?
I would say yes. I would say yes. I think BCF fought hard. I think they fought hard for sure. And I think there are a lot of very talented players on BCF, but once again, and I think Dying Game TBH is a fantastic player. I don't think Master Yi was the pick here.
Yeah, we do see Master Yi is just difficult to pull off in a competitive setting. And yeah, I mean, Qualinka fans, they fought hard. They tried their very best, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough this time around. And Tryhards will be able to pick up the Game 5 win. They drew it out all the way to Game 5. It was a good game, well played by them, and yeah.
Very, very nice try from Ball and Cap fans. It is a bittersweet moment. Ball and Cap fans have been around for a very long time, been a very consistent team, but they weren't able to pull it through this time. Very nice try, and very well played to Tryhards. I think Tryhards were definitely an underdog at the beginning of the tournament, and they have proven to themselves and to everyone else that tunes into the streams and everyone else in Ping 150 that they're an incredibly strong team and they're ready to take the victory. And I guess on Sunday we're just going to have to see how does the Together We Rise matchup go against Team Tryhards. I don't think Together We Rise has played a tournament game in, what, like 3 weeks now? It's been a while. It's been quite a while. So lots of practice. But we're going to hop in for the interview if you'd like, Caesar.
Of course.
All right, let's do it.
FOA with
Hello,
a lot
hello.
of folk. Hello.
What's up, guys?
Hello. You guys were victorious of the semifinals. You were going on to the finals. You were at the tail end of the tournament. The finish line is so close. How are you guys feeling?
In the beginning, there was TWR, and now at the end, we face TWR, the rematch.
The rematch. And it's funny because most of TWR actually, not most of them, but I think 3 of them out of the 6 actually played they played in the last tournament and they won the whole thing. And the same exact thing happened, I think, where they knocked out a team at the beginning and then that team they knocked out had to go against them in the finals. They did win, but I'm curious to see if you guys will break that trend. So very, very happy for you guys. Congratulations on the semifinals. Do you guys have any comments so far about the gameplay or your game plan or just how everything went in general?
Oh, I was sweating so hard.
Yeah, the games were pretty stressful.
I was
Especially
so
that,
worried they were gonna reverse sweep us.
That 4th game, I had a lot of mechanical jokes, and I just wanted to I just didn't want to play anymore after that. But then I locked in.
You did. You had quite a performance in Invincible that game, and so did Zoob. Zoob, I did. Wait, is Zoob here? Oh, he is here.
Yeah,
Zoob, I did make fun of you a little bit for saying that, oh, the Kindred's not working. I'm just not that great at Kindred right now. And then you, of course, bring it out in the game that matters the most and completely smurf on everyone. So very well played to you, Zoob.
I still got it.
You do.
She's there for me.
You do. Caesar, do you have any questions for them?
How are you guys feeling for these finals coming up? Literally, not tomorrow, in 2 days from now.
Ready for the rematch, like Hyper said.
Yeah, we've been looking forward to it.
We've done our
we might have been
preparation.
looking forward a little bit too much. We were planning for it before we had this match.
Wow. I mean, props to you guys for sure. I think everyone just individually played so well. Hexwe, a new addition to the team, really tearing it up in the top lane, especially on the Mundo. I love the skin. It's amazing. And Tylon on the Blitzcrank. I was so happy to see you bust out the Bard on the Game 5. We saw you perform on it before,
I just told
and
him,
it was amazing.
pick me Bard.
Yeah, it was really cool of him to play our team mascot.
No, he did great. Everyone did great, all of you. So, Hyper, you're just so insanely consistent every game, leaning against a tier 1 ADC and still managing to negate the deaths a lot, scale really nicely into the late game as you should, and then in the team fights, your positioning is fantastic. Always able to get good value. The Ashe ults are also insane. I'm just very impressed by your team as a whole. So, congratulations.
He's
Thank you,
tier
thank you.
S in my heart.
Well, any last comments, questions, concerns?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I
Also,
have a
game 3
question.
was tragic with the level 1 shenanigans that looked really good because we got a good return trade, but then they hit level 2 first.
Yeah,
that was on me.
Yeah, the face
that
checking
third
bomb
game-
level 1 was a bit of an error. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought we would hit 2 miraculously during that hook, and then, I get level 2, hit the flay. Yeah, that's what I had in my head, but that didn't happen. But
Well, you guys emerged victorious regardless, and well played, everybody.
Yeah.
wait,
That
so
third game, I got ganked in real life by my mom. She called my phone, and I ended up disconnecting from the call. So that last final fight, I was gonna call it off, but I couldn't since I was DC'd from the call.
Oh, that's on
Oh yeah, against
Really
the Caster and
unfortunate.
Samira.
ganked by mom.
Yeah.
In real life,
Yeah.
gank.
GBM.
I do have a question though.
What's up?
So if we play we are playing TWR, but if they lose, do we play them again?
Yes, it'll be
Or is
2
that it?
best of 5s if you guys win.
Okay.
Oh damn!
Yeah, it's a true double elimination. So since Together
So
We
we
Rise
actually
is not
have
lost,
to just be better than them.
Yeah, no, this is a
Not
true
even
test
one
of
time,
skill.
2 times.
I hope you guys are warmed up. I hope you're ready. Like I was saying on the stream a minute ago, I don't think Together We Rise has played an official tournament match in 3 weeks now. So it's gonna be interesting.
Haha! This is our plan all along.
Like C9 when we go to the lower bracket, we just farm games.
Running the gauntlet.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, we'll call it there. Thank you guys again for participating. It's been a joy to watch you all develop and grow, and I look forward to seeing you guys on Sundays in the finals.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
For hosting, man. It was a great tournament.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure. Well, you guys take it easy. Have a good night. Get some rest.
You
Well
too.
played, boys.
GG.
Well played.
Well played, guys.
Night.
Oh, and Zilches, can you please post the VOD?
I will, yes.
Thank you.
Got you. Okay, we will do a raid. Let's do a raid real quick. Let me do some research on the Twitch. One moment.
Rico Suave is streaming it.
Oh, you said Rico's streaming? Oh shit, Rico's playing Apex? Oh no, this is Call of Duty. I can't tell the difference anymore. It's okay. Let's hit Rico Savage with the raid again. Shout out to Rico Savage. He was a cool guy. We actually played some norms with him afterwards, but let's hit him up. Wait, is this? This is not him. This is not him. Hang on.
It's Rico Savage 1999.
Yeah. He is playing League. Everyone stick around. Like, I'm happy to raid Rico again because I think he's actually like a funny and like entertaining guy. He's very enthusiastic. All right, starting raid. Everyone hop in there. Hop in there. All right, goodbye guys. Thanks for watching.